3.5 feet. I raised my hands, chi already flowing through my meridians for a desperate strike, when Wei Lin suddenly pressed his palms against the contracting walls. "Everyone hold your breath," he commanded, his voice tight with concentration. Before I could ask why, intense heat erupted from his hands. Fire chi, raw and uncontrolled, poured into the compressed sand around us. The sand began to glow cherry red, then white-hot, as the intense temperature fused the individual grains together. The crushing motion stopped abruptly as our prison transformed from flowing sand into solid glass. Through the now transparent walls, I could see our captor clearly for the first time. A humanoid figure composed entirely of shifting sand, standing about 8 feet tall with proportions that were almost human but slightly wrong, as if someone had tried to sculpt a person from memory and gotten the details slightly off. "Now would be good," Wei Lin gasped, sweat beading on his forehead from the exertion of channeling raw fire chi without a proper technique to guide it. I didn't need to be told twice. Channeling chi into my fist, I drove a phantom strike directly into the glass wall in front of me. The superheated material, already stressed from its rapid transformation, shattered like an eggshell. Glass fragments sprayed outward in a glittering cascade, and we stumbled free of our makeshift prison. The sand creature tilted its head, observing our escape with what might have been curiosity. Its features were vague and constantly shifting, but I could make out the rough approximation of eyes, a nose, and a mouth carved into the sandy surface of its face. When it moved, grains of sand fell away from its body like water drops, immediately replaced by new material drawn from the desert floor. "Peak 9th stage chi condensation," I confirmed. A frown creased my brow as I considered the implications. The sect wouldn't have placed elemental realm creatures in a testing ground meant for chi condensation disciples. The risk would be too great even with the protection of the marks we carried. So, the strongest entities we should encounter would be peak 9th stage or perhaps half-step into the elemental realm. But our luck seemed particularly cursed. First the wraith, now this sand creature. Both at the 9th stage, both appearing as if drawn to us specifically. Azure, I thought silently. Is it possible that 9th stage entities are specifically targeting me and Wei Lin because of our cultivation level? "It's likely," Azure replied. "Your 9th stage aura, even while suppressed, might be acting like a beacon to the strongest inhabitants of this realm." That was troubling. If every 9th stage entity in the fallen realm was drawn to me, we'd face a constant stream of deadly encounters. Most other participants, being at lower cultivation stages, would attract weaker opponents and have an easier time reaching the exit. Of course, I sighed out loud. The one time being strong is actually a disadvantage. "What was that?" Lin Mei asked, positioning herself behind Wei Lin and me as we formed a defensive line. "Nothing important," I replied, studying our opponent. "Wei Lin, can you turn this thing into glass like you did with the prison?" Wei Lin shook his head, his breathing still slightly labored from his earlier exertion. "I can manipulate fire chi, but I don't actually know any fire techniques. What I just did was pure chi manipulation without a proper technique to guide it. It's extremely inefficient and drains my reserves much faster than my normal abilities." He gestured toward the sand creature, which was now beginning to circle us. Against a stationary prison, I could take my time and apply steady heat. But fighting a peak 9th stage opponent? The same trick won't work. It would adapt to my attacks before I could generate enough heat to matter. I nodded, understanding the limitation. Most cultivators specialized in one element or cultivation method for good reason. Mastering multiple approaches required enormous time and resources. Wei Lin's merchant's path gave him versatility in absorbing and converting different energy types, but that didn't automatically grant him mastery over fire techniques. The sand creature seemed to grow tired of waiting. Without warning, it raised both arms, and pillars of sand erupted from the ground beneath our feet. I quickly reached into my storage ring and scattered a handful of seeds in a wide arc around us, infusing each with a trace of my chi as they hit the sand. The pillar beneath me shot upward with bone-crushing force. I activated Verduring Step, dissolving into green light just as the compressed sand column punched through the space I'd occupied, flowing instantly to one of the seeds I'd scattered 20 feet away. I rematerialized in a crouch, but the creature was already adapting. Sand swirled around its hands, forming into long whips that lashed out toward Wei Lin and Lin Mei with incredible speed. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Wei Lin dove to one side, the sandy whip cracking through the air where his head had been a moment before. Lin Mei wasn't as quick. The second whip caught her across the shoulder, the impact sending her tumbling across the sand. She rolled with the blow, coming up in a crouch with one hand pressed to her shoulder where the attack had torn through her robe and drawn blood. "Stay back," I called to her, sprinting toward the creature. I hated having to say it, the last thing I wanted was to make her feel useless. "Leave this one to us." I could see the frustration flash across Lin Mei's face, but she was intelligent enough to recognize the truth. Ninth stage combat operated on a completely different level from what she could handle. Even with her recent breakthrough and clever tactics, the raw power difference was too great. A single solid hit from this creature could cripple or kill her, regardless of how well she fought. The sand creature turned toward me as I approached. I launched a series of vines from my sleeves, the green tendrils shooting forward to entangle its arms and legs. But sand simply flowed through the gaps between the plant fibers, making grappling impossible. The creature retaliated by shooting dense projectiles of hardened sand from its hands. I twisted aside, feeling one projectile whistle past my ear close enough to stir my hair. The second caught me in the ribs before I could counter or teleport away, the impact strong enough to crack bone despite my chi-enhanced defenses. I stumbled backward, gasping as pain flared through my side. Wei Lin seized the opening, rushing forward with fire chi crackling around his fists. He drove a punch into the creature's torso, the fire energy searing into the sand and fusing some of it into glass. The creature recoiled, a section of its chest now solid and inflexible. But the victory was short-lived. The creature simply expelled the damaged section, letting the glass chunks fall away while fresh sand flowed in to replace the lost material. Within seconds, it was whole again. "It can regenerate indefinitely," Wei Lin observed grimly, dancing backward as sandy tendrils tried to wrap around his ankles. "As long as it has access to the desert, we can't wear it down through attrition." I grimaced, pressing one hand to my bruised ribs while keeping my eyes on the creature. My primordial woods arts were proving frustratingly ineffective. Plants needed something solid to grip, but sand simply flowed away from any attempt to grasp or pierce it. It was like trying to strangle or impale water. Ideally, I'd want to lure it away from its natural habitat, fight it somewhere with solid ground where my techniques would be more effective and where it couldn't use the terrain against us. But scanning the horizon in every direction, all I could see was more endless white sand stretching to meet the sickly sky. There was nowhere to run, and even if there were, this creature could probably manipulate sand faster than we could retreat. The creature raised both arms again, and this time the entire section of desert around us began to respond. Sand swirled upward in a miniature tornado, creating a whirlwind that trapped us in its center while pelting us with stinging particles. I closed my eyes and extended my spiritual sense, tracking the creature's position through the obscuring storm. There, it was moving to our left, positioning itself for an attack while we were blinded. "Wei Lin, 3 o'clock, I shouted over the howling wind. He responded immediately, sending a stream of fire chi in that direction. I heard the creature's angry hiss as the flames connected, but the sound was followed by the whisper of sand reforming. Lin Mei, still positioned at the edge of our makeshift battlefield, tried to help by sending pressurized water needles toward the creature's general location. The attacks were accurate given her limited visibility, but they simply passed harmlessly through the creature's sandy form without causing any real damage. The sandstorm suddenly collapsed, leaving us standing in the open once again. The creature had used the cover to position itself directly behind Wei Lin, who spun around just in time to see massive sandy fists descending toward his head. I activated Verduring Step, teleporting to a seed directly between them. My hands came up in a defensive position, vines flowing out of my sleeves to reinforce my arms as I intercepted the attack. The impact drove me to my knees, but I managed to deflect the worst of it. "Thanks," Wei Lin gasped, stumbling backward. The creature pressed its advantage, sand flowing around its arms to form massive hammers. It brought them down in alternating strikes, forcing me to dodge desperately across the uneven terrain. Each missed attack left crater-sized dents in the sand. I tried to counter with my own techniques, sending vines erupting from the sand beneath the creature's feet. But again, the plants found no purchase. Sand simply flowed around them like water, making any kind of root-based attack useless. "This isn't working," I muttered, rolling aside as another hammer blow left a crater where I'd been standing. "Azure, any suggestions?" "Fire is clearly the most effective approach," Azure replied. "The creature's regeneration relies on its ability to maintain structural coherence. Heat disrupts that coherence by fusing sand into glass. That confirmed what I'd already observed, but it didn't solve our fundamental problem. Wei Lin could generate fire chi, but without proper techniques, he couldn't sustain the kind of intense, focused heat needed to overcome a peak 9th stage opponent. The creature seemed to sense our frustration. It began to grow larger, drawing sand from the surrounding desert to increase its mass. What had been an 8-foot humanoid figure was now approaching 12 feet in height, its proportions becoming more monstrous as it gained bulk. Worse, it was learning from our attacks. When Wei Lin sent another stream of fire chi toward its center mass, the creature simply dispersed that section of its body, letting the flames pass harmlessly through empty air before reforming. "We need a new approach," I said, circling wide to avoid another crushing blow. The creature's increased size made it more powerful, but also potentially slower and less coordinated. I began to form a plan. If fire was the key, then I needed to create an opportunity for Wei Lin to deliver a concentrated, devastating attack. Something the creature couldn't disperse away from or regenerate through. The solution came to me as I watched the creature reform after Wei Lin's latest fire attack. It needed to maintain structural integrity to function effectively. If I could force it to concentrate its mass, to solidify itself, then Wei Lin's fire chi might be able to inflict lasting damage. I reached into my storage ring and withdrew several coils of spirit vine, the strongest plant material I possessed. These wouldn't be used for grappling, that had already proven ineffective. Instead, I had something else in mind. "Wei Lin," I called, dodging another crushing blow. "I'm going to create an opening. When I do, hit it with everything you've got." He nodded, understanding that whatever I was planning would be a one-shot opportunity. I scattered the vines in a wide circle around the creature, each one infused with my chi but not yet activated. The creature seemed puzzled by this tactic, tilting its sandy head as it watched me work. Then I began to run directly at it. The creature raised both massive fists, clearly intending to crush me as I approached. At the same time, I palmed a single spirit grass seed, channeling my chi into it before flicking it high into the air in a perfect arc that would carry it directly over the creature's head. The creature's fists came crashing down with devastating force. I watched the seed reach its apex above the towering sand monster, timing everything perfectly. The massive sandy hammers descended toward me, close enough that I could feel the displaced air rushing past my face. At the exact moment before the crushing blow would connect, a hair's breadth from being pulverized, I activated Verduring Step. My body dissolved into green light that flowed instantly upward to the airborne seed, just as the creature's fists slammed into the sand where I'd been standing with earth-shaking force. As I rematerialized in midair directly above the creature's head, I drove both hands downward, channeling every bit of chi I could muster into a devastating double palm strike aimed at the creature's head and shoulders. But instead of striking outward, I drove my chi directly into the creature's sandy form, forcing my energy deep into its body. It was a desperate gambit, trying to inject foreign chi into another being's form and wrestle control of their very essence. Under normal circumstances, against a prepared opponent, such a technique would be impossible. A peak 9th stage cultivator's spiritual defenses would easily repel such an intrusion. But my chi wasn't trying to dominate the creature's sandy particles. but was simply trying to interfere with the death essence that animated them. For one critical second, the creature's own control wavered as it struggled to expel my foreign energy. In that moment of confusion, I activated the vines I'd scattered earlier. They erupted from the sand around the creature, wrapping around its legs, torso, and arms into the pattern of a chi disruption array. The formation pulsed with light, and immediately the creature's control over its sandy form began to break down. The array was interfering with its spiritual energy, disrupting the death essence that let it command every grain of sand. With the creature's own chi scrambled, my foreign energy could finally take hold. I seized control over more of the sand grains, forcing them to compress and stay solid. For the first time since the battle began, the creature couldn't flow away or disperse. It was trapped in a dense, solid form, but it wouldn't last long. "Now!" I shouted. Wei Lin was already moving. Fire chi erupted from his hands, but this time he wasn't holding back or trying to conserve energy. He poured every bit of flame essence he possessed into a single concentrated blast. The superheated attack struck the compressed creature dead center. With its particles forced into close proximity by my technique, the fire didn't simply pass through gaps in its form. Instead, it fused vast sections of the creature's body into solid glass. The creature's anguished shriek echoed across the desert as half its torso transformed into a mobile, crystalline material. It tried to expel the damaged sections, but the glass had formed in such large, interconnected chunks that removing them would leave it critically weakened. Wei Lin pressed his advantage, placing both hands directly on the creature's glassy chest. His black market stall activated, and I watched in fascination as dark tendrils of energy began to drain the death essence that animated the creature. "Just like with Meng Jiao," he said grimly, his eyes cold with concentration. "But you're much stronger. This might take a moment." The creature thrashed desperately, its remaining sandy portions whipping around like angry serpents. But with half its mass trapped in glass and its death chi being steadily drained, it was fighting a losing battle. Lin Mei, still positioned at the edge of the combat area, took the opportunity to contribute. She sent a barrage of water needles toward the creature's sandy portions, not trying to cause damage but rather to keep it distracted while Wei Lin worked. The extraction took nearly a dozen seconds. I watched, mesmerized, as wisps of dark energy flowed from the creature into Wei Lin's cultivation base. The black market stall in his inner world was clearly working overtime, processing and storing the foreign energy. Finally, the creature's struggles ceased. Its form began to collapse, sand flowing away like water as the death essence that had animated it was completely drained. Within moments, nothing remained but ordinary sand and scattered chunks of glass. Wei Lin staggered backward, his face pale but triumphant. The amount of death essence he'd just absorbed was clearly substantial. "Well," I said, pressing a hand to my still aching ribs. "That was unpleasant. Everyone's still in one piece." Lin Mei nodded, though she was cradling her injured shoulder. "I'll be fine. Just a bruise." Wei Lin was studying his inner world intently, his eyes unfocused as he examined the changes within his spiritual realm. After a long moment, he looked up with a mixture of satisfaction and frustration. "The death essence from this creature was significant," he said, "but it's not quite enough to complete the formation of the 10th stall." I frowned. "How much more do you need?" Wei Lin considered the question, clearly calculating spiritual quantities and energy exchange rates. "At least 2 more 9th stage entity, possibly 3 if they're on the weaker side." I looked around at the empty desert, noting how the number in the sky had dropped to 33 while we'd been fighting. More teams were finding the exit, and we were still no closer to locating it ourselves. "Well," I said with a tired smile, "I suppose we'd better continue hunting." Hong's knuckles were white as he gripped the armrests of his cushioned seat, watching the tournament screen with the intensity of a man whose very soul was invested in what he saw. Beside him, Li Xue pressed one hand protectively over her rounded belly, while the other clutched his arm so tightly, he was losing feeling in his fingers. They had just watched their son and his teammates defeat what Lu Chan had identified as a sand elemental. a creature of compressed sand and death essence that had nearly crushed them alive in a prison of glass and fury. The battle had been terrifying to witness, even through the safety of the viewing screens. "He's hurt again," Li Shue whispered, her voice barely audible as they watched Kuin press a hand to his ribs where the creature's attacks had connected. "That's the second time in an hour." Hong nodded grimly, unable to speak past the tightness in his throat. When the sand creature had finally collapsed into ordinary grains, dissolved by Wei Lin's strange energy-draining technique, he'd allowed himself a moment of relief. His son was alive, victorious, moving forward with his teammates toward whatever exit they were supposed to find. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. That relief had lasted exactly 9 minutes. "Another one?" Lu Chun said quietly. His face creased with confusion as a new signature appeared on their screen. That's a bone serpent. 9th stage again." Hong's heart sank as he watched a massive creature of yellowed bones slither across the sand toward his son's team. The thing was easily 30 feet long, its skeletal form held together by threads of dark energy that pulsed like veins through the gaps between ribs. "Why does this keep happening?" Li Shue asked, her voice rising slightly with panic. "This is the third one." Over the next hour, this pattern continued, and they watched Kayin's team face challenge after challenge. The bone serpent, then a pack of shadow wolves that had emerged from what looked like solid ground, followed by some kind of floating skull wreathed in green flames. Each enemy had been at the 9th stage of chi condensation. Each battle had pushed their son and his friends to their limits, and each opponent had found them. "Lu Chun," Hong said urgently, turning to the young core disciple who had been their guide and translator for the increasingly horrifying spectacle. "Is this normal? Should they be facing so many powerful enemies?" Lu Chun shook his head, his expression troubled. "No, Uncle Hong, this isn't normal at all." He gestured toward the other screens floating around the arena, each displaying different areas of the fallen realm. "Look at the other participants." Hong followed the boy's pointing finger, his eyes jumping from screen to screen. On one, he could see Yuan Zhan's team walking calmly through what appeared to be a forest of bone-white trees, occasionally stopping to examine strange fruits hanging from the branches. No enemies in sight. Another screen showed Ming Yu's team carefully navigating around a sleeping creature that looked like a giant bat made of shadow. They were avoiding it entirely, not engaging in combat. On a third screen, Chun Feng and his Shadow Wraith squad were facing what appeared to be a single opponent at the 8th stage of chi condensation, some kind of ghostly figure that flickered in and out of visibility. Only one enemy, and they seemed to be winning handily. Brother Ke's team has faced more 9th stage enemies in the past hour than most teams will encounter in the entire trial, Lu Chun said, his voice filled with genuine bewilderment. "It doesn't make sense. But shouldn't they face similar challenges to the other participants?" Li Shue asked desperately, as if logic could somehow protect her son. Lu Chen's frown deepened. "That's what I thought too, Aunt Li Shue. But look." He pointed to another screen where Luo Yichen and Wu Kongming were visible. Wu Kongming is 9th stage and Luo Yichen just broke through recently. They've encountered exactly one 9th stage enemy this entire time, and that was over 30 minutes ago. Hong felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "So, it's not about cultivation level." "No," Lu Chun confirmed. "Something else is drawing these creatures specifically to Brother Ke's team." Around them, other spectators were beginning to notice the pattern as well. Murmurs of confusion and concern rippled through the viewing areas as people compared what they were seeing on different screens. "The boy with the plant techniques," Hong heard someone say behind him. "His team can't catch a break." "4th 9th stage enemy in an hour," another voice added. "That's unprecedented." Even some of the core disciples in their elevated section were looking puzzled. Hong caught snippets of their conversations as they tried to understand what they were witnessing. "Never seen targeting this specific before. Realm's behavior is completely abnormal. Should we alert the elders?" But when Hong looked up at the platform where the sect's leadership stood, he could see that the elders were already aware something was wrong. Several of them were speaking in low, urgent tones, their eyes fixed on the screens displaying his son's ongoing struggles. Elder Qin Yong, whom Lu Chun had identified for them earlier, looked particularly troubled. The man's usually jovial expression was replaced by a deep frown as he watched Ku Yin dodge an attack from another ninth-stage qi condensation being. Even the elders don't understand what's happening, Lu Chun said softly, following Hong's gaze. This isn't how the fallen realm is supposed to behave. Meanwhile, the number in the sky continued to drop steadily. What had been 43 available slots when the trial began was now down to 25. Teams were finding the exit at a remarkable pace. How are so many teams succeeding if the realm is this dangerous? Hong asked, gesturing toward the decreasing number. Lu Chen's expression brightened slightly as he explained something he actually understood. Most of it is luck, Uncle Hong. The fallen realm is vast, and the exits can be anywhere. Some teams just happened to be transported near one when they entered. He pointed to one of the screens where they could see a group of 3 disciples walking through what appeared to be an archway made of twisted metal. The moment they passed through, they vanished, clearly having found their way out. Others have special treasures, Lu Chun continued. Compass artifacts that can detect spatial disturbances, or family heirlooms that respond to dimensional gateways. Those teams have been systematically searching and finding exits within the first hour. And the rest? Li Xue asked. Following the successful teams, Lu Chun said with a slightly amused tone. Once word spread that certain areas contained exits, other teams started stalking the treasure holders. They'd watch from a distance, then rush the exit right behind them. As long as they make it through, they advance. Hong's eyebrows rose. Following them? That seems completely legal according to tournament rules. Lu Chun finished with a slight smile. Elder Wan specifically mentioned that alliances and cooperation were permitted. He didn't say anything about preventing teams from shadowing each other. That's actually quite intelligent, Li Xue admitted, though she looked slightly troubled by the implications. Though it seems unfair to those who found the exit through their own efforts. Fairness is a luxury in cultivation, Lu Chun replied with the sad smile of someone who'd had a difficult childhood. The tournament rewards success, not methods. A team that reaches the exit through following others has still demonstrated useful skills. Tracking, stealth, timing, and strategic thinking. Hong nodded, understanding the logic. But it also made their son's situation seem even more unfair. While other teams were able to focus on finding exits or following successful groups, Ku Yin's team was constantly under attack, forced to fight for their lives instead of searching for their way out. On the screen, the dragon-like being had wrapped its massive coils around Wei Lin, who was struggling to break free while flames danced around his hands. Lin Mei was attacking from a distance with her water techniques, but the creature's scales seemed largely immune to her attacks. Ku Yin was teleporting around the battlefield, appearing and disappearing in flashes of green light as he tried to find an opening. But even from this distance, Hong could see the exhaustion in his son's movements. The constant battles were taking their toll. He's getting tired, Li Xue whispered, her hand moving unconsciously to her throat, where the jade pendant Ku Yin had given her rested beneath her dress. They all are. It was true. While other teams were conserving their energy for the challenges ahead, Ku Yin's group was being forced to expend their strength in battle after battle. Even if they survived each encounter, they were being worn down while their competition advanced with full energy reserves. Brother Ku is strong, and he has good teammates. If anyone can overcome this challenge, it's them, Lu Chun replied. The words were meant to be comforting, but Hong could hear the uncertainty beneath them. Even Lu Chun, young as he was, understood that luck could be just as important as skill in situations like this. On the screen, Ku Yin had managed to create some kind of formation around the pseudo-dragon using his vines. The creature thrashed violently as green energy lines pulsed between the plant restraints, clearly disrupting its movements. Wei Lin broke free from its coils and immediately placed his hands on the creature's skull, that same dark energy beginning to flow from the monster into the young merchant's body. They're going to win this one too, Lu Chun said with relieved certainty. But Hong felt no relief. Because even as they watched the false dragon begin to dissolve under Wei Lin's energy drain, his parental instincts were screaming that this couldn't continue. His son was strong, but no one could face endless challenges without eventually reaching their breaking point. The number in the sky dropped to 22. Please, Li Xue whispered beside him, so quietly that only Hong could hear. Her eyes were closed, her hands clasped tightly together in her lap. Please, whatever powers guide the heavens, don't let them break my boy. Hong found himself echoing her prayer silently, his own hands clenched into fists as he watched his son stand victorious over another fallen enemy, already scanning the horizon for the next threat that would inevitably come. Around them, the crowd continued to cheer and comment on the spectacular battles they were witnessing, treating it as entertainment. But for two parents from a small village, watching their child face death again and again, there was nothing entertaining about it at all. As Kuyin's team began moving again, searching for an exit that seemed further away with each passing moment, the number in the sky once again changed, and now only 21 slots remained. Hong closed his eyes and added his own silent prayer to his wife's, begging whatever cosmic forces governed this realm to show their son mercy, to let him find his way home safely. But deep in his heart, he feared that something was hunting his boy specifically, something that wouldn't stop until it claimed its prize. Wei Lin staggered backward from the dissolving pseudo-dragon, wiping sweat from his brow as the last wisps of death essence flowed into his cultivation base. The creature's massive skeletal form crumbled into ordinary sand, leaving behind only scattered fragments of bone that quickly began to fade. "Is it complete?" I asked, pressing a hand to my still-aching side where the false dragon's tail had caught me earlier. The death stall. Wei Lin closed his eyes for a moment, his spiritual sense turned inward to examine his inner world. When he opened them again, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Yes," he said, his voice carrying a note of triumph. "The 10th stall is formed. Death essence is now part of my marketplace." I released a long sigh of relief, feeling tension I hadn't realized I'd been carrying flow out of my shoulders. Finally, maybe now we can actually focus on finding that exit instead of fighting for our lives every 10 minutes. It was true. Ever since we'd entered this realm, it felt like we'd been fighting a constant stream of 9th stage creatures. While other teams were presumably searching for the exit or following successful groups to their destinations, we'd been locked in battle after battle. The experience was valuable, and the death essence Wei Lin had collected would serve him well, but it was also exhausting. "There's just one problem," Wei Lin said, settling into a cross-legged position on the sand. "I need time to properly integrate this breakthrough. The 10th stall is formed, but it's not stable yet. I need to consolidate my advancement before we can move on." I glanced up at the number hanging in the sky. It had dropped to 21 while we fought the dragon. "How long?" "An hour, maybe 2, Wei Lin replied, his eyes already growing distant as he prepared to enter deep meditation. "I can't risk the stall collapsing from instability. Not after all the work it took to create it." That was understandable, even if the timing was a little frustrating. The breakthrough was more significant than a tournament, perhaps more than most people would realize. After reaching the 9th stage, cultivators typically gathered enough spiritual energy to attempt breakthrough to the elemental realm, where they would begin forming their elemental foundation and truly stepping onto the path of immortality. 9 was the ultimate yang number, the highest single digit before returning to 1 in the next decimal place. It symbolized the cultivator reaching the absolute limit of mortal potential, the moment before they broke through to touch the powers of heaven and earth directly, which explained why some scholars described the 9 stages of chi condensation like climbing a mountain, with the elemental realm being the first glimpse of the heavens beyond. However, some cultivation methods allowed for extra stages. 10th, 11th, 12th, and even 13th. These weren't necessary for advancement, they were more like optional floors in a building you could take the elevator past, which was why they were often seen as detours. The reason was simple. While these additional stages could provide more power, more chi reserves, and deeper foundation, they also delayed breakthrough to the elemental realm where true power lay. Most cultivators who reached the peak of the 9th stage chose to advance immediately rather than spend years perfecting these optional stages. After all, a newly advanced elemental realm cultivator would typically be stronger than even a 13th stage Qi condensation practitioner. Also, some peak 9th stage cultivators, those with exceptional talent or unique circumstances, could develop battle prowess that rivaled or even exceeded these theoretical extra stages. They might not technically advance beyond the 9th stage, but their techniques and spiritual pressure could match or surpass those who had. However, there were compelling reasons why certain cultivators chose this unconventional path of pursuing these extra stages. The benefits were significant for those who could afford the time and had the right circumstances. But not all cultivation methods offered their users the chance to tackle the extra stages. Each breakthrough beyond the 9th stage provided deeper Tao comprehension. The repeated process of breaking through barriers that shouldn't exist forced cultivators to understand fundamental laws more profoundly. A cultivator who reached the 13th stage would have experienced 4 additional breakthrough insights that their peers who advanced normally would never gain. Some families and sects actively encouraged their most talented members to pursue extra stages, viewing them as investments in long-term potential. When a 13th stage cultivator entered the elemental realm, they usually progressed through the early stages at unprecedented speed. As for pursuing stages beyond the 13th, the dangers were well documented in cultivation theory. 13 represented the absolute limit of the mortal realm. To go beyond it while still in Qi condensation was to court disaster. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Ancient texts spoke of cultivators who pushed too far, who accumulated so much power in the mortal realm that they could never successfully transcend to the elemental realm. They became trapped, their own strength becoming a prison that prevented advancement. It was a cautionary tale told in every sect. Power without transcendence led to stagnation and eventual decline. For my part, I didn't expect to enter these theoretical extra stages. The World Tree Sutra didn't follow traditional cultivation stages in the first place. The 9th stage designation was simply what my current Qi level was equivalent to in terms of spiritual pressure and energy reserves. My advancement, like life realm cultivators, was not tied to conventional Qi accumulation, but the development of life in my inner world. "We need to find somewhere defensible," I said, scanning the endless white desert around us. The bone-white forest was visible in the distance. "If you're going to be in deep meditation for hours, we need a place where Lin Mei and I can hold off any attackers." There, Lin Mei pointed toward a rocky outcropping that hadn't been visible from our previous position. "Is that a cave?" I squinted in the direction she indicated. Indeed, carved into what appeared to be a small hill of dark stone, I could make out the mouth of a cave. It wasn't particularly large, but it would provide shelter from observation and funnel any attackers into a narrow approach. "Good eye," I said, gathering my remaining vines and checking my seed supply. "Let's move." The journey to the cave took about 10 minutes, during which the landscape gradually shifted around us. The endless white sand gave way to patches of dark earth, and strange crystalline formations began to sprout from the ground like geometric flowers. The air itself felt different here. Heavier, more oppressive, saturated with death essence that made my skin crawl. The cave was larger than it had appeared from a distance, extending back into the hillside for perhaps 20 feet before opening into a circular chamber. The walls were smooth, almost polished, and covered in faint markings that might have been natural formations or ancient script. It was impossible to tell in the dim light. "This will do," Wei Lin said, settling himself in the center of the chamber. "The stone walls will help contain my spiritual fluctuations during the breakthrough. If any creatures are tracking energy signatures, this should help mask them." "Take all the time you need," I replied, positioning myself near the cave mouth while Lin Mei took up a position where she could observe both the entrance and a side passage we'd discovered. "We'll keep watch." Wei Lin nodded once, then closed his eyes and sank into the deep meditative state required for consolidating a major breakthrough. His breathing slowed, becoming so regular and quiet that within minutes it seemed like he wasn't breathing at all. The air around him began to shimmer slightly as his qi circulation accelerated. With Wei Lin safely in meditation, I found myself with time to think. something that had been in short supply since entering this realm. The constant battles had kept us moving, reacting, surviving, but now I could actually consider our situation. Azure, I thought, reaching out to my inner world spirit. Why do you think we keep getting targeted? This can't be coincidence. I've been considering several possibilities, Azure replied thoughtfully. It could be that ninth stage cultivators naturally attract ninth stage entities, like calls to like after all. But we've been attacked by packs of eighth stage beasts too, and cultivators we've encountered didn't seem to have anything chasing after them, I pointed out, thinking back to our encounters with other participants. There was that 7th stage cultivator who had crested the dune while I was fighting the Wraith. He'd taken one look at the battle, gone pale with terror, and fled back the way he came. But he hadn't been running from anything when he arrived. Then there was the team of 3 we'd spotted from a distance about an hour ago, moving through a valley of bone-white trees. They'd been walking calmly, even stopping to examine some of the strange fruits hanging from the branches. No enemy in sight. When they noticed Wei Lin and me, 2 ninth stage cultivators, they'd quickly changed direction and retreated. We'd considered pursuing them for elimination, but we were still recovering our chi from the previous battle and knew another realm inhabitant would inevitably find us soon. Better to conserve our strength. True, Azure agreed, bringing me back to the present situation. It could be Wei Lin's black market stall. The ability to absorb and convert death essence might make you both particularly attractive to beings composed of that energy. I frowned, considering this. It would make sense from a spiritual perspective. Wei Lin's cultivation method was uniquely suited to processing foreign energies, and his black market stall in particular seemed designed to handle the kinds of forbidden or dangerous chi that most cultivators couldn't safely absorb. Death essence would definitely fall into that category. If the realm's inhabitants could somehow sense that capability, they might be drawn to him like moths to a flame, seeing him as either a threat to be eliminated or a resource to be exploited. And since we'd been traveling together, any creature tracking him would naturally encounter me as well. But then I remembered our earlier conversation. That would make sense. But when I asked Wei Lin if he'd encountered any beings before we all met up, he said no. He'd spent his time searching for Lin Mei while absorbing ambient death essence from the air, without being bothered by a single creature. I considered another possibility the Genesis seed. I could still feel its subtle connection to this realm, the way it had tasted the death essence and established some kind of spiritual link. If the inhabitants could sense that connection, it might explain why they were drawn to me specifically. But that timing didn't work either. The Genesis seed did create some kind of connection to this realm, I mused. But that happened after the Wraith had already found me. While it's possible that connection is making the targeting worse now, it can't be the original cause. A long silence stretched between us as we both contemplated the implications. If it wasn't our cultivation levels, Wei Lin's abilities, and the Genesis seed, then what could it be? I found myself mentally reviewing every encounter, looking for patterns I might have missed. Azure was equally quiet, his presence in my mind thoughtful and increasingly troubled. I could feel him sifting through possibilities, discarding theories that didn't fit the evidence. Finally, his voice returned, but it carried a weight that made my stomach clench with dread. Which brings me to a more concerning possibility, he said, his voice growing serious. Master, what if the inhabitants of this realm can sense the Tao of death on your soul? What do you mean? Think about it, Azure continued. You've experienced multiple deaths, your original death that brought you to this cultivation world, and all those deaths in the Two Suns realm. It would only make sense that beings created from death chi would feel attracted to you. Your soul has developed a comprehension of the death Tao that these entities crave. But I don't understand anything about the death Tao, I protested. Consciously, no, Azure agreed. But at a subconscious level, you're beginning to comprehend it. Death isn't just an ending, Master, it's a transformation, a passage from one state to another. You've experienced that transformation repeatedly. Your soul carries the imprint of those experiences. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the perpetual twilight of the fallen realm. The logic was undeniable. In cultivation, repeatedly experiencing something, whether through practice, meditation, or direct exposure, gradually increased one's comprehension of the associated Tao. Combat cultivators understood the Tao of battle through endless fights. Formation masters grasped the Tao of order through creating countless arrays. And I was beginning to understand the Tao of death through dying repeatedly. The beings here can probably sense that comprehension like a scent, Azure continued. To them, you're not just another cultivator, you're someone who has touched the fundamental nature of their existence. They're drawn to you because you represent something they instinctively recognize and desire. I looked at Lin Mei, who was completely focused on watching for threats. All this time, I'd been wondering why we were so unlucky, why we kept facing impossible odds while other teams advanced smoothly toward the exit. But it wasn't bad luck at all. It was me. My presence was actively drawing these creatures to us, putting my friends in constant danger. An hour passed in tense silence as Wei Lin worked through his breakthrough. Lin Mei and I maintained our vigil at the cave entrance, watching the desolate landscape for any signs of movement. The rocky terrain around us remained eerily quiet, as if even the ambient death essence was holding its breath. During that time, my mind kept circling back to Azure's theory about my unconscious death Tao comprehension. The more I thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to fit together. Every major encounter we'd faced had involved ninth-stage death-aligned creatures specifically targeting our team. The Wraith in the desert, the Sand Elemental, the Bone Serpent, the Pseudo-Dragon, and who knew how many others that were probably still hunting us. Master, don't blame yourself, Azure said firmly. You didn't choose to die repeatedly, and you certainly didn't choose to develop death Tao comprehension. I wanted to argue with him, but deep down I knew he was right. The deaths in the Two Suns realm had been traumatic and something I tried my best to avoid. Dying was never a fun experience. As for the original death that brought me to this world, well, that hadn't exactly been my choice either. Still, knowing that intellectually didn't make the situation any easier. We were still being hunted down. No, I was still being hunted down. My teammates were just caught in the crossfire of whatever these creatures sensed in my soul. I looked up at the crimson number hanging in the sky, 13. Only 13 slots remaining for teams to advance to the individual rounds. If we hadn't been constantly fighting, if we'd been able to focus on searching like the other teams, we might have found an exit by now. A bone-chilling screech echoed across the landscape. My head snapped up, spiritual sense extending automatically as I searched for the source. There, in the distance, a shadow moved against the sickly green sky. It was a bird. No, calling it a bird was like calling a hurricane a breeze. This tail has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. The creature soaring toward us was massive, easily the size of a house, with wings that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its feathers were black, and each beat of its wings sent ripples of dark energy cascading through the air. Phoenix, or rather, something that had once been a phoenix before death essence had transformed it into this nightmare of shadow and hunger. Lin Mei, I called sharply, never taking my eyes off the approaching creature. Get inside the cave. Now. She didn't argue, recognizing the tone that meant immediate danger. I heard her footsteps retreating deeper into the cave, positioning herself where she could still observe but was protected by stone walls. I extended my spiritual sense toward the shadow phoenix, trying to gauge its strength. What I felt made my blood run cold. This wasn't just another ninth-stage creature. The spiritual pressure rolling off it was qualitatively different, denser, more refined. Pseudo-elemental realm. Against a pseudo-elemental realm opponent in a straight fight, I might stand a chance. My techniques were powerful, my foundation solid, and I had advantages that most cultivators lacked. But defending my friends while fighting such a creature would be exponentially more difficult. I'd have to divide my attention between offense and protection, limiting my options and creating openings for the enemy to exploit. Then a thought occurred to me. If Azure's theory was correct, if these creatures were truly being drawn to the death essence on my soul, then this could be an opportunity to test that hypothesis. I reached into my storage ring and scattered a handful of spirit grass seeds in a wide arc around the cave mouth, infusing each with my chi as they landed. One seed I placed particularly close to the cave entrance, near where Lin Mei and Wei Lin were positioned. If I was wrong about the Phoenix's target, if it ignored me and went for my more vulnerable friends, I wanted to be able to teleport back to them instantly. The Shadow Phoenix was close now, perhaps 100 yards away and descending fast. Its eyes, if those burning pits of darkness could be called eyes, were fixed directly on me. I activated Verduring Step, my body dissolving into particles of green light that flowed to the seed I'd placed furthest from the cave. The teleportation was smooth and instant, carrying me nearly 100 yards away from my friends. The Shadow Phoenix, which had been arrowing straight toward the cave where my defenseless teammates waited, suddenly pulled up short. Its massive head swiveled toward my new position, those dark eyes locking onto me with unmistakable hunger. It changed course without hesitation, abandoning its approach to the cave and diving toward me instead. "So much for hoping I was wrong," I muttered, watching several tons of shadow-wreathed death spiral down toward me. I waited until the last possible second, watching those wicked talons extend toward me, before activating Verduring Step again. Green light carried me to another seed just as the Phoenix's claws raked through the space I'd occupied. The creature's momentum carried it into the ground with tremendous force. The impact was devastating. Dirt and rock exploded outward in a crater 20 feet across, and the shockwave knocked me backward even from my safe distance. The Shadow Phoenix itself disappeared momentarily in a cloud of debris and dark energy. When the dust settled, I could see the creature extracting itself from the crater it had created. Its shadow feathers were ruffled and some had been torn away, but it showed no signs of serious injury. If anything, it looked annoyed rather than hurt. I didn't waste time admiring my handiwork. While the Phoenix was still off balance, I activated the vines I'd discreetly planted around the impact site when I had teleported there. Thick green tendrils erupted from the earth, wrapping around the Phoenix's legs, wings, and neck with python-like strength. For a moment, it looked like the tactic might work. The vines constricted, their spiritual energy reinforcing their physical strength as they sought to strangle or immobilize the massive creature. Then the Shadow Phoenix opened its beak and released a stream of black fire. The flames that poured from its throat weren't the warm orange of normal fire, or even the blue-white of intense heat. These were flames that seemed to devour light itself, consuming not just the physical matter they touched but the very concept of existence. Where the black fire touched my vines, they didn't just burn. They simply ceased to be, as if they had never existed at all. Within seconds, the Phoenix was free, my carefully prepared restraints reduced to less than memory. I grimaced, already reaching for more seeds as the creature turned its baleful attention back to me. This wasn't going to be an easy battle. Fighting a pseudo-elemental realm opponent that could erase my techniques with those nightmare flames would require. A sudden burst of spiritual pressure from behind me made both the Phoenix and me turn our heads toward the cave. The aura that rolled out from the stone chamber was unlike anything I'd felt from Wei Lin before. It wasn't the clean, disciplined energy of peak chi condensation, but it also wasn't the refined power of the elemental realm. It was something between denser than ninth stage, more complex than peak mortal cultivation, but still fundamentally rooted in the condensation of chi rather than its elemental transformation. Wei Lin emerged from the cave mouth, and I could immediately see the changes in him. His spiritual pressure had gained a weight and depth that hadn't been there before, and his eyes held a new confidence. The 10th stall in his spiritual marketplace was complete and consolidated. He had successfully broken through to the 10th stage of chi condensation, a realm that most cultivators never even attempted to reach, and some didn't believe was possible. The Shadow Phoenix's burning gaze flicked between us, as if calculating the new odds. His prey had just gained a powerful ally. This was about to become a very different kind of fight. The Shadow Phoenix's burning gaze flicked between Wei Lin and me, its massive form hovering in the air like a nightmare given wings. I could feel the weight of its spiritual pressure pressing down on us, that pseudo-elemental realm aura making the very air around us feel thick and oppressive. "Ku'in," Wei Lin called out, his voice carrying a new confidence I'd never heard before. "Mind if I take this one? I'd like to see how the 10th stage feels in actual combat." I paused, considering his request. Under normal circumstances, I might have insisted on handling such a dangerous opponent as a team. But Wei Lin was right. After a major breakthrough, cultivators needed time to adapt to their new power levels, and combat was often the most effective way to do that. Go for it, I said. Just remember it's pseudo-elemental realm. Don't get overconfident. Wei Lin's lips curved into a smile. Overconfidence is bad for business. I'll be appropriately cautious. I activated Verduring Step, green light carrying me back to where Lin Mei waited near the cave entrance. She looked relieved to see me retreat from the immediate danger, though her eyes remained fixed on the confrontation about to unfold. Is Wei Lin really strong enough to handle that thing alone? She asked quietly. We're about to find out, I replied, though privately I had to admit I was curious myself. The 10th stage of Qi condensation was theoretical for most cultivators. Seeing what it could actually accomplish in practice would be educational. The Shadow Phoenix, which had been fixated on me with that unsettling hunger, suddenly realized its preferred target had moved. Its burning eyes tracked my teleportation, and it let out a frustrated shriek that made the air itself vibrate. Without warning, the massive creature spread its house-sized wings and launched itself toward our position, clearly intending to pursue me and ignore Wei Lin entirely. It didn't get far. Wei Lin moved with a speed that defied his previous cultivation level, appearing directly in the Phoenix's flight path like a wall of dense spiritual energy. The collision between the pseudo-elemental realm creature and the newly advanced 10th stage cultivator sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Both combatants were forced backward by the impact. Wei Lin skidded across the rocky ground, his feet carving furrows in the stone as he absorbed the tremendous force. The Phoenix's massive form was knocked off course, its wings beating frantically to regain altitude and stability. For a moment, the two opponents circled each other warily. The Phoenix tilted its head, those burning pits of darkness studying Wei Lin with what I could only interpret as puzzlement. This wasn't how the encounter was supposed to go. The creature had been drawn to me specifically, and this newcomer was interfering with its hunt. The Phoenix let out another ear-splitting screech. This one made my teeth ache. Where before there had been hunger and predatory anticipation, now there was rage and frustration. If it couldn't reach its preferred prey, then it would simply eliminate the obstacle standing in its way. Well, I murmured to Lin Mei, settling into a position where I could observe the battle while staying ready to intervene if needed. This should be fun. The Phoenix opened its beak wide, and I felt my blood chill as I recognized the technique it was preparing. The same black fire that had effortlessly erased my vines began to gather in its throat. But this time the scale was completely different. This wasn't a targeted stream, this was an area devastation attack. The Phoenix released its attack with a sound like reality tearing. A massive sphere of black fire, easily 20 feet in diameter, roared toward Wei Lin with enough force to level a small mountain. The flames didn't just burn. They seemed to devour the very concept of existence, leaving trails of absolute void in their wake. Wei Lin stood perfectly still as the attack approached, his right hand extended palm forward. For a terrifying moment, I thought he'd miscalculated, that his new power wouldn't be enough to handle such a devastating technique. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. Then the black fire reached his palm and simply disappeared. I watched in fascination as the death chi that comprised the Phoenix's attack flowed into Wei Lin like water finding a drain. His death stall was absorbing the entire technique, processing the foreign energy with an efficiency that left me speechless. Within seconds, the massive sphere of destructive force had been completely consumed. Interesting flavor, Wei Lin commented conversationally, as if he just sampled an exotic wine. Very concentrated death essence, with undertones of despair and inevitability. Quite potent. The Shadow Phoenix's burning eyes widened in what could only be described as shock. Its most powerful attack had been casually negated, absorbed as if it were nothing more than a mild snack. Wei Lin raised his left hand, lightning chi crackling between his fingers. And now it's my turn. The bolt that erupted from his palm was brilliant blue-white, so intense it left afterimages burned into my vision. Unlike the wild, uncontrolled fire chi he'd used in an earlier battle, this technique was precise, refined, devastating in its focus power. The lightning struck the phoenix dead center in its chest, and the creature's screech of pain was unlike anything I'd heard before. The attack punched completely through its shadowy form, leaving a gaping hole where its heart would be. Wisps of dark essence bled from the wound like spiritual blood, and the phoenix's flight became erratic as it struggled to maintain cohesion. But Wei Lin wasn't finished. Before the phoenix could recover, he vanished in a burst of lightning chi and rematerialized directly in front of the wounded creature, moving faster than I'd ever seen him move before. The phoenix tried to react, bringing one massive wing around in a desperate swipe, but Wei Lin was already moving. With a casual gesture that belied the incredible precision required, he extended a wind chi-infused hand and drew it across the phoenix's neck in a single, fluid motion. For a heartbeat, nothing seemed to happen. Then the phoenix's head began to slide sideways, cleanly severed from its body. Both halves of the creature plummeted toward the ground, massive wings folding as the death essence that animated them began to dissipate. I expected the phoenix to begin regenerating, as most death essence creatures could. Many beings native to death realms could reassemble themselves from even the smallest fragments as long as sufficient death chi was available. And returning from death seemed appropriate for a phoenix. But Wei Lin anticipated this. As the phoenix's body struck the ground with an earth-shaking impact, he placed both hands on its remains and activated his black market stall. Dark tendrils of energy flowed from his palms, not attacking the creature but drawing something essential from it. The death essence that had animated the pseudo-elemental realm phoenix was systematically drained away, flowing into Wei Lin's cultivation base like water into a sponge. Within moments, what had been a terrifying creature of shadow and flame was reduced to nothing more than ordinary ash that scattered in the wind. I stared at the empty space where the phoenix had fallen, genuinely impressed despite myself. That was incredibly efficient, I admitted. The 10th stage is quite something, Wei Lin replied, walking back toward us with that new confidence still radiating from his spiritual pressure. The additional stall provides options I didn't have before. Being able to absorb death essence directly instead of having to convert it through other energy types makes a huge difference. I could see that, I smiled. It was an impressive performance, and I really meant it. If I'd fought that phoenix myself, it would have been a much more drawn-out affair. My primordial woods arts were effective, but they worked best through attrition and tactical positioning. Wei Lin had simply overpowered the creature through raw spiritual superiority and perfect technique application. The competitive part of me wanted to point out to myself that I could probably have achieved a similar result using both my suns and the full power of my runes. But even then, I knew it wouldn't have looked as effortless as what Wei Lin had just accomplished. My friend had truly come a long way. How do you feel? Lin Mei asked as Wei Lin rejoined us. Any side effects from the breakthrough? Surprisingly stable, Wei Lin replied, flexing his fingers as if testing his control. The death stall integrated more smoothly than I expected. Usually, adding a new element to the marketplace requires days of adjustment, but death essence seems to mesh well with the existing structure. That's probably because you'd been absorbing ambient death chi for hours before the breakthrough, I suggested. Your spiritual pathways were already adapted to processing it. True, Wei Lin nodded, though I suspect there's more to it than that. Death essence operates on different principles than elemental chi. It's more fundamental in a way, like it touches the base layer of how energy works. You made it look easy, Lin Mei added, her voice carrying a note of awe. I could barely follow your movements at the end there. I nodded, understanding her amazement. It made perfect sense that Lin Mei, as a 6th-stage cultivator, could barely track Wei Lin's movements. The 10th stage was practically mythical in her eyes. Most cultivators never even attempted to reach it, let alone succeeded. But what struck me was that even I, with my 9th-stage cultivation and enhanced perception, had found Wei Lin's speed abnormally fast. If I hadn't known better, if I wasn't familiar with his Merchant's Path cultivation method, I would have assumed he specialized in speed techniques rather than energy conversion and absorption. The way he'd moved at the end there, appearing in front of the phoenix in that flash of lightning-enhanced movement, had been genuinely impressive even by my standards. Before we could discuss the battle further, something in the sky caught our attention. The crimson number had changed again. 10. 10 slots remaining, Lin Mei whispered, her voice tight with sudden tension. Wei Lin's expression grew serious as he extended his spiritual sense outward, probing the boundaries of the realm. I can sense the exit, he said after a moment. It's quite far from here, maybe 200 li to the northeast. 200 li? I frowned, calculating travel time. That's at least 2 hours of hard travel, assuming we don't encounter any more obstacles. And we will encounter obstacles, Wei Lin said grimly. The closer we get to an exit, the more likely we are to run into other teams making their final push. Lin Mei glanced between us. So, what's the plan? We move fast, and we eliminate anyone who gets in our way, I said simply. With only 10 slots left, there's no room for mercy or second chances. We set off immediately, moving through the forest of bone-white trees at the fastest pace Lin Mei could maintain. The landscape here was even more unnatural than the desert had been. The trees grew in perfectly straight lines, their branches forming patterns that hurt to look at directly. Strange fruits hung from some of the branches, glowing with soft phosphorescent light that cast eerie shadows on the forest floor. Don't touch anything, I warned as we passed a cluster of particularly bright fruits. Death essence tends to corrupt whatever it infuses. Those could be anything from explosive traps to soul-draining parasites. An hour passed as we navigated the twisted forest. True to our prediction, we were attacked twice during that time. Once by a pack of skeletal wolves that emerged from behind the trees, and once by something that looked like a giant spider made of crystallized shadow. Both times, Wei Lin handled the threats with casual efficiency that was almost frightening to witness. The wolves were eliminated with a combination of lightning strikes and death essence absorption that left nothing behind but scattered bone fragments. The shadow spider lasted slightly longer, managing to entangle him in webs of pure darkness before he simply absorbed the entire construct into his black market stall. Watching him fight, I had to admit something I hadn't expected when we'd first formed this team. It felt strange not being the strongest member anymore. For months, I'd grown accustomed to being the one everyone looked to when serious threats appeared. My higher cultivation and unusual techniques had made me the team's primary combatant and strategic anchor. The competitive cultivator who had driven myself to reach the 9th stage while most of my peers were still at the 6th or 7th, felt restless. Wei Lin had leapfrogged past me in terms of raw power, and while I was genuinely happy for my friend's success, it also motivated me to push harder toward my own breakthrough to the elemental realm. The World Tree Sutra doesn't follow conventional advancement patterns, I reminded myself silently. When I do break through, it'll be something entirely different from what other cultivators experience. The thought was both exciting and intimidating. The World Tree method had already proven capable of things that shouldn't be possible at the Qi condensation stage. What would happen when I finally advanced to the next major realm? Would I still be bound by the same limitations as other cultivators? Or would my inner world's connection to multiple realities open up entirely new possibilities? But there was another feeling mixed in with that competitive drive: relief. For the first time since forever, I wasn't carrying the entire burden of keeping my teammates alive. Wei Lin's breakthrough meant that even if I was injured or exhausted, our team still had someone capable of handling peak Qi condensation realm threats. The constant pressure I'd been feeling, that nagging awareness that any mistake could result in our elimination, had finally eased. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. It was an unexpectedly liberating feeling. We pushed deeper through the twisted forest, the bone-white trees gradually giving way to something that looked almost normal, if you ignored the way the bark seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly rhythm. The oppressive weight of death essence that had saturated the air since our arrival was noticeably lighter here, though it still made my skin crawl with every breath. The death Qi is definitely weaker, Wei Lin noted, pausing to extend his spiritual sense. We're getting closer to the boundary. We emerged from the tree lean into a small clearing where the sickly twilight actually seemed a few shades brighter. The grass here was still that unnatural gray-green color, but it wasn't completely dead. Some of it even swayed in what might have been an actual breeze rather than the spiritual currents that moved everything else in this realm. "This is better," Lin Mei said, stretching her shoulders as we took a moment to orient ourselves. "I can actually breathe without feeling like I'm swallowing poison." Wei Lin pointed northeast, where a gap between distant hills suggested our path forward. "The disturbance is still in that direction, maybe 15 li now." It was then that Lin Mei looked up at the crimson number hanging in the perpetual dusk above us. "The first stage of the tournament is almost over," she observed quietly. "Look at the sky." The number had dropped to 7 while we'd been traveling. 7 teams left, and we still had what felt like miles to go before reaching the exit. "We need to move faster," Wei Lin said, his mind clearly calculating odds and probabilities. "At this rate, the remaining slots could be filled before we arrive." We increased our pace, pushing through the underbrush with less regard for stealth. Speed was becoming more important than caution, though we all kept our senses extended for potential threats. It was after another 10 minutes of travel when we spotted him, a 7th-stage Qi condensation cultivator. The young man emerged from a grove of trees about 50 yards ahead of us, and his demeanor immediately caught our attention. He was practically radiating excitement, a broad grin splitting his face as he moved with the purposeful stride of someone who knew exactly where he was going. "That look," Lin Mei whispered. "He's found it, hasn't he? The exit." Wei Lin's eyes narrowed as he studied the cultivator's behavior. His movement pattern suggests he's heading toward the same disturbance I've been sensing. If he reaches it first. I felt my stomach clench as I followed his reasoning. 7 slots remaining. If this cultivator reached the exit first, well, we had no idea what would happen then. Would the exit close after his team used it? Would it remain open but become guarded by whatever entities controlled this realm? The sect had been frustratingly vague about the exit's mechanics, and with so few slots left, we couldn't afford to take risks based on assumptions. The 3 of us exchanged glances, and I could see the same calculation reflected in their expressions. This wasn't personal. This wasn't about grudges or honor or ancient rivalries. This was pure mathematics. We needed to eliminate him. The cultivator noticed us at almost the same moment we spotted him. His eyes widened as he took in our group. 3 cultivators, 2 of them with higher cultivation than himself, all moving with clear purpose toward his location. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. "Not happening," I muttered, extending my spiritual sense toward the fleeing cultivator. There, a cluster of glowing mushrooms growing at the base of a bone-white tree, directly in his path. My spiritual sense touched them briefly, leaving microscopic chi traces that would serve as anchor points. I activated Verduring Step, my body dissolving into green light that flowed instantly through space to the tagged fungi. I rematerialized directly in the fleeing cultivator's path, my palm already charged with chi for a phantom strike. The young man's face went pale as he realized his escape route was blocked. He began to form some kind of defensive technique, earth chi gathering around his hands, but we both knew it was too late. It was then that my spiritual sense screamed a warning. Something was behind me, something moving with incredible speed and precision, accompanied by the unmistakable feeling of sword chi so sharp it seemed to cut through space itself. I activated Verduring Step without thinking, dissolving into green light just as a blade of pure energy slashed through the space I'd occupied a heartbeat before. The sword strike carved a perfectly straight line through 3 massive trees, cutting them as cleanly as if they were made of paper. The trunks toppled with thunderous crashes, their severed surfaces so smooth they looked polished. I rematerialized 20 feet away, my heart racing as I turned to face whoever had just tried to decapitate me. 2 figures stepped out from behind the fallen trees, their 9th-stage spiritual pressure washing over the area like a tide. The first was a familiar pale-faced young man with sword chi covering his form like a cloak. The second figure moved with the grace of a master swordsman, and I caught the glint of what appeared to be a blade strapped to his back. My eyes narrowed as recognition set in. Wu Kongming, I murmured, then shifted my gaze to his companion. And you must be Luo Yichen. Meng Haoren had always considered himself reasonably lucky. Not blessed like those heaven-chosen prodigies who stumbled into ancient inheritances, but decent enough to avoid the worst disasters that befell most cultivators. That optimistic view had been thoroughly shattered over the past few days in this accursed fallen realm. Days, that's what it felt like. Though he knew only hours had passed in the outside world. Time moved strangely here, each moment stretching like molten steel under a blacksmith's hammer. Every second had been a fight for survival, every breath a victory snatched from the jaws of death. He stood now before what could only be described as salvation. A shimmering white portal, so pure, so different from the sickly crimson glow that seemed to emanate from everything else in this realm. The exit. After everything he'd endured, here it was, just waiting for him to step through and escape this nightmare. But Meng Haoren wasn't stupid. Standing guard here alone would be suicide. Other teams were still hunting, still desperate to claim one of the 7 slots indicated by that ominous crimson number floating in the sky. He'd be swarmed and cut down before he could even think about defending himself. Since he wasn't able to enter the exit by himself, it was better to regroup with his teammates and return together. His hand moved instinctively to the mark of return carved into his forearm, feeling the familiar warmth that indicated his team's proximity. Finally, they were close. The relief was so profound it made his knees weak. The past few days had been absolute hell. When teams first entered the fallen realm, they were supposed to be scattered randomly but within reasonable distance of each other. That was the theory, anyway. Meng Haoren's luck had been so thoroughly rotten that he wondered if his ancestors had offended some ancient spirit. He'd materialized not on solid ground, not in a forest or even a dangerous battlefield. No, he'd found himself plummeting through empty air into what could only be called the Death Sea. Because nothing in a realm like this could have pleasant names. The Death Sea wasn't actually made of water. That would have been manageable, even pleasant by comparison. Instead, it was a roiling ocean of liquid shadow that seemed to actively hunger for living flesh. The moment he'd hit the surface, tendrils of the stuff had wrapped around his limbs, trying to drag him down into depths that promised unending torment. Never again, he thought, unconsciously rubbing his arms where faint black marks still remained from the sea's touch. I'd rather face 100 angry spirit beasts than go back into that thing. The worst part hadn't been the physical assault, though nearly drowning in liquid nightmares ranked pretty high on his list of unpleasant experiences. No, the worst part had been the isolation. Something about the Death Sea interfered with spiritual techniques, including the Mark of Return. For what felt like an eternity, he'd been completely cut off from his teammates, unable to sense their direction or even confirm they were still alive. Was it hours or days that he spent fighting his way to the surface, then swimming toward what he desperately hoped was shore? The water burned like acid wherever it entered his body, and things moved in its depths. Large things with too many teeth and an apparent appetite for chi condensation cultivators. Only after finally dragging himself onto what passed for dry land in this realm, had the Mark of Return started working again. The relief of feeling his teammates' spiritual signatures had nearly made him weep. They'd been searching for him, growing increasingly frantic as their marks indicated he was simply gone. Now, mercifully, they were close enough that he could risk leaving this portal to meet them. Together, they could claim their spot and escape this place forever. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Meng Haoren took one last look at the portal, memorizing its location, then began picking his way through the twisted landscape toward his approaching teammates. The ground here looked like it had been chewed up by some massive beast and spat out again, all jagged rocks and pools of that same shadow liquid from the Death Sea. He'd made perhaps an hour of travel when he suddenly froze. Spiritual signatures, 3 of them moving through the broken landscape ahead of him. His heart began to race as he quickly analyzed what his senses were telling him. One signature was powerful, 9th stage, definitely 9th stage, strong enough to be dangerous even to his teammates. But it was the second signature that made his blood run cold. That's not possible. The spiritual pressure radiating from the second cultivator was unlike anything Meng Haoran had ever experienced. It wasn't quite at the elemental realm. He'd felt that kind of overwhelming power from inner disciples before, and this wasn't the same. But it was beyond the 9th stage of qi condensation. Way beyond. 10th stage? The thought seemed impossible even as it formed in his mind. The mythical 10th stage of qi condensation? But that's just a legend. Nobody actually reaches the 10th stage. You either break through to the elemental realm or you get stuck at 9th stage forever. Yet here it was unmistakably real. A spiritual pressure that transcended the normal limits of the qi condensation realm without crossing into the next major realm entirely. It was like standing in the presence of a perfect qi construct, something that had achieved absolute mastery over its current realm while preparing for an inevitable ascension. The third signature was weaker, maybe 6th or 7th stage, but that hardly mattered now. Meng Haoran's survival instincts were screaming at him to run, to get as far away from these 3 cultivators as possible. If there's a 10th stage cultivator in this realm, then the competition just became infinitely more dangerous. Meng Haoran tried to back away quietly, to slip around this group and continue toward his teammates without being detected. But his movement must have caused some small disturbance, a loose stone, perhaps, or a shift in the spiritual energy around him. The 9th stage cultivator's head snapped toward his position with predatory precision. Suddenly, the world exploded into motion. The 9th stage cultivator vanished from Meng Haoran's spiritual senses entirely, only to reappear directly in front of him, palm already extending toward his chest in what was clearly going to be a devastating strike. Meng Haoran's mind went blank with terror. A 9th stage cultivator 2 full stages above him, attacking with obvious killing intent. He tried to raise his hands, tried to activate some kind of defensive technique, but he knew it was useless. The gap between 7th stage and 9th stage wasn't something you could bridge with clever techniques or determination. It was an absolute difference in power. This is how I get eliminated, he thought with resentment. After surviving the Death Sea, after finding the portal, I'm going to be killed by some random 9th stage cultivator in the middle of nowhere. The palm strike was inches from his chest when the 9th stage cultivator suddenly vanished. Not moved quickly, vanished, as if he'd never been there at all. Meng Haoran blinked in confusion, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. One moment he'd been about to die, the next moment he was standing alone on the rocky ground with no sign of his attacker anywhere. Had it been an illusion? Some kind of spiritual technique meant to intimidate rather than harm? What if he was still trapped in the Death Sea, drowning in those shadow depths, and everything since then had been a dying hallucination? Then the space in front of him screamed. A line of sword qi, impossibly precise and devastatingly powerful, tore through the air where the 9th stage cultivator had been standing. It didn't just cut through the air, it cut through space itself, leaving a brief tear in reality that snapped closed with a sound like thunder. Sword qi that can cut space? Meng Haoran's mind reeled. That's not 9th stage power. That could only be senior brother. The words burst from his lips before he could stop them, relief flooding through his entire body as 2 familiar figures stepped into view. Wu Kongming stood with his hand still extended from the sword draw that had saved Meng Haoran's life, his expression calm but alert. Beside him, Luo Yichen's hand moved instinctively toward the mirror water blade strapped across his back. They found me. My monster teammates actually found me. Meng Haoran had never been so happy to see anyone in his entire life. With Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen here, those 3 cultivators, even the terrifying 10th stage one, would think twice before attacking. These weren't just any 9th stage cultivators. These were prodigies, the kind of disciples who could punch above their weight class and emerge victorious. Senior brother? Meng Haoran repeated, his voice shaking with relief and exhaustion. I thought I was dead. The nightmare of the Death Sea, the terror of facing that 9th stage cultivator alone, the crushing pressure of that impossible 10th stage aura. All of it seemed manageable now. Whatever came next, he wouldn't be facing it alone. His teammates were here. He was safe. I dropped into a defensive stance instinctively, my muscles coiling like springs as I faced the two new arrivals. Every survival instinct I'd developed over months of cultivation battles was screaming warnings about the spiritual pressure radiating from both figures, but especially from Wukongming. Something was very, very wrong with what I was sensing. Wukongming stood there in his pale outer disciple robes, that familiar expressionless mask he always wore firmly in place. His spiritual aura clearly indicated ninth stage chi condensation, the same as mine. But that sword stroke, that impossibly precise line of sword chi that had carved through space itself like cutting silk, that wasn't ninth stage power. Azure? I thought urgently, never taking my eyes off Wukongming as he calmly adjusted his stance. That sword technique, what did you make of it? Troubling, Azure replied, his voice carrying an edge of concern I rarely heard from him. The spiritual signature was definitely beyond the chi condensation realm. But Wukongming's cultivation base reads as ninth stage, same as yours. I frowned, running through possibilities in my mind. Hidden cultivation was one option. Some powerful techniques could suppress or disguise a cultivator's true realm. But that usually required significant effort to maintain, and Wukongming seemed perfectly relaxed. Another possibility was external assistance. Maybe he had some kind of treasure or artifact that could channel higher realm power through his attacks. That would explain the disconnect between his aura and that devastating sword strike. But the most likely explanation, and the one that made my stomach clench with unease, was that Wukongming had somehow gained access to power beyond his current realm. Maybe through his mysterious benefactor, maybe through some inheritance or bloodline awakening. Either way, it made him far more dangerous than I'd originally calculated. Well, I muttered under my breath, flexing my fingers as chi began to circulate through my meridians. This just got more complicated. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a blade as both teams sized each other up. Wei Lin had moved to flank me on the left, his new 10th stage spiritual pressure making the space around him shimmer slightly. Lin Mei had wisely positioned herself behind us, but I could feel her anxiety through our shared team bond. Wukongming's companion, Luo Yichen, stepped forward slightly. He was studying me with intense focus, his eyes narrowing as if trying to recall something important. I know you, Luo Yichen said suddenly, his voice carrying a mixture of recognition and something darker. You were at Black Mist Valley. I nodded once, keeping my expression neutral. There was no point in denying it. Plenty of other disciples had been present during that incident. But I had a feeling this conversation wasn't going to end with pleasant reminiscences about our shared experience. Yeah, Luo Yichen continued, his voice growing colder with each word. You were one of the many sect cultivators who just watched as Lu Fang humiliated me. Stood there and did nothing while he nearly killed me. The accusation hung in the air between us like a blade waiting to fall. Part of me wanted to argue, to explain that I'd been recovering from my own injuries at the time, barely mobile and in no condition to intervene in a battle between prodigies at the chi condensation realm. I wanted to point out that Lu Fang had been beyond my ability to challenge even at full strength, that jumping in would have accomplished nothing except getting myself killed alongside him. But I held my tongue. The pragmatic part of my mind, the part that had kept me alive through dozens of deadly situations, reminded me of an uncomfortable truth. I wasn't the hero of some grand story, rushing in to save strangers at the cost of my own life. I was a cultivator trying to survive in a brutal world, and sometimes that meant making hard choices about when to act and when to preserve my own strength. Would I have helped if I could have made a difference? Probably. Did I feel guilty about being unable to intervene? Maybe a little. But I wasn't going to apologize for being realistic about my limitations. I remember, I said simply, offering no excuses or explanations. Wei Lin suddenly stepped forward, his hand moving in a gesture I recognized as preparation for combat. Ku Yin, let me handle Wukongming. You focus on Luo Yichen. I immediately shook my head. I don't think that's a good idea. Wei Lin's eyebrows rose in surprise. What do you mean? I can handle a 9th stage opponent now. My breakthrough to the 10th stage. It's not about your cultivation level, I interrupted, glancing meaningfully at Wukongming. That sword technique he used earlier? That wasn't ninth stage power. Wukongming has access to abilities beyond the Qi condensation realm. I could see Wei Lin processing this information. If Wukongming could channel pseudo-elemental realm techniques, even Wei Lin's impressive new power might not be enough. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. But there was a more pressing concern than our ability to win a potential fight. More importantly, I continued, my voice switching to spiritual communication to ensure only my teammates could hear, we don't have time for this. Look up. All eyes turned skyward to the crimson number floating in the perpetual twilight. 6. 6 slots remaining, I said grimly. If we waste time fighting here, other teams might claim the remaining spots while we're busy trying to kill each other. And if Lin Mei gets targeted during the battle, I didn't need to finish that thought. Everyone understood the implications. Lin Mei's elimination would result in our entire team being expelled from the realm, regardless of how the fight ended. Lin Mei herself stepped forward slightly, her jaw set with determination. I can hold my own, she said firmly. Against ninth stage cultivators? I asked gently. Lin Mei, you're incredibly skilled, but there are limits to what technique and strategy can overcome. These aren't 7th-stage opponents you can outmaneuver with clever formations. She looked like she wanted to argue further, but Wei Lin placed a supportive hand on her shoulder. Ku Yin's right, he said softly. This isn't about your abilities. It's about mathematics. The power gap is simply too large. Before the situation could escalate further, I raised my voice to address Wukongming directly. Wukongming, I haven't forgotten our agreement about that duel we discussed, but this isn't the time or place for it. Wukongming tilted his head slightly, studying me with those pale, calculating eyes. Oh, if we fight now, we both risk losing our chance to advance to the individual rounds. I continued, gesturing toward the diminishing number in the sky. I'd prefer to face you in the arena, where we can settle things properly without worrying about external factors. For a long moment, Wukongming remained silent, clearly weighing his options. I could practically see the thoughts churning behind his impassive expression. Finally, his hand moved away from his sword hilt, and he nodded once. You make a fair point, he said, his voice as emotionless as ever. I would prefer to face you one-on-one, in proper combat conditions, without tricks or interference. Luo Yichen immediately stepped forward, his face flushed with indignation. Big brother, we can eliminate their entire team right here. Why give them the chance to? Wukongming's hand settled on Luo Yichen's shoulder, and the younger cultivator's protests died instantly. There was something in that simple gesture, a weight of authority that spoke of the complex relationship between the two disciples. That one, Wukongming said, nodding toward Wei Lin, isn't as simple as he appears. Fighting him would be costly. I felt a surge of pride for my friend's advancement. Wukongming had recognized the threat that Wei Lin's 10th stage breakthrough represented, even without seeing him fight. Luo Yichen's expression showed frustration, but he stepped back obediently. Whatever dynamic existed between him and Wukongming, it was clear who held ultimate authority in their partnership. The standoff stretched for several more seconds before I decided to break the silence. I have to admit, I'm surprised your team hasn't already advanced to the next stage, I said conversationally. In my experience, protagonists like Wukongming usually had heaven-defying fortune. They'd stumble into hidden treasures, encounter helpful spirit beasts, or find convenient shortcuts that led them straight to their goals. And Wukongming's team didn't just have one protagonist figure. They had two. Luo Yichen with his tragic backstory of near-death and miraculous recovery, his inherited sword techniques, and that determined look of someone destined for greatness. But then again, my own team wasn't exactly lacking in protagonist-like qualities either. I had the whole mysterious cultivation method and rapid advancement thing going on, while Wei Lin had just achieved the mythical 10th stage breakthrough. Two teams, each with their own collection of heaven-chosen prodigies, and both of us had been getting hammered by this realm's challenges. A disturbing thought began to form in my mind. What if the Fallen Realm was specifically designed to target protagonist figures? What if Ancestor Tian, with his mastery of the Death Dao, had created a testing ground that actively worked against those with unusual destinies or exceptional potential? That would explain why both our teams kept encountering issues while other, more ordinary teams seemed to advance smoothly. The realm wasn't operating on random chance. It was actively hunting those who stood out from the crowd. Wu Kongming's lips curved into what might have been the ghost of a smile. I could say the same about your team, but it seems we've both encountered some bad luck. That was an understatement, but before we could continue our conversation, the crimson number in the sky suddenly shifted again. 5. 5 slots, Lin Mei whispered, tension making her voice tight. I looked at the 7th-stage cultivator who had been cowering nearby during our confrontation. Meng Haoran, if I remembered correctly from the tournament roster. He'd been moving with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly where he was going when we'd first spotted him. If he knew the location of an exit, then our teams were essentially heading to the same destination anyway. We're all heading to the same exit, aren't we? I said, looking between Wu Kongming and Meng Haoran. In that case, why not travel there together? There are still enough slots for both our teams to advance without having to eliminate each other. Wei Lin caught on immediately. It makes sense from a strategic standpoint, he added. Combined, our teams would be strong enough to handle any remaining threats, and we'd both reach the exit safely. Meng Haoran looked like he was about to combust with joy at the prospect of having two of the most powerful teams in the tournament working together to ensure his survival. The relief on his face was almost funny, but Luo Yichen was already shaking his head. We don't need them, he said firmly. Our team is strong enough to handle whatever this realm can throw at us. Why should we share information or resources? Because cooperation benefits everyone, I replied calmly. Your team gets additional security against realm inhabitants or other competing teams. Our team gets the same benefits, and we all reduce the risk of elimination due to unexpected circumstances. I could see Wu Kongming considering the proposal, his mind working through the advantages and disadvantages. The silence stretched for several heartbeats while both teams waited for his decision. Master, Azure's voice whispered in my mind. This could be an opportunity to observe Wu Kongming's abilities more closely. If you're going to face him in the individual rounds, understanding his true capabilities could be invaluable. That was a good point. Fighting alongside Wu Kongming would give me insights into his techniques, his tactical thinking, and just how overpowered his impossible sword power was. The number in the sky remained at 5, but I knew it wouldn't stay there long. Other teams were out there, racing toward exits, fighting their own battles for survival and advancement. Every moment we spent in negotiation was a moment closer to elimination. Finally, Wu Kongming turned to face me directly, his pale eyes meeting mine with that familiar intensity. Very well, he said, placing his hand on Luo Yichen's shoulder to forestall any further protests. We'll travel to the exit together. Elder Chen Yong nearly dropped his wine bottle as he watched the viewing screen, his hands trembling slightly as the spiritual fluctuations from Wei Lin's breakthrough rippled through the tournament arena's monitoring arrays. Around him, the other elders who had gathered to observe the trial were equally stunned, their conversations dying to whispers as they processed what they just witnessed. 10th stage, Elder Meng breathed, leaning forward in his chair. I haven't seen a 10th stage breakthrough in, for 100 years. Longer than that, Elder Zhao corrected, his eyes never leaving the screen that showed Wei Lin emerging from the cave with that new, denser spiritual pressure radiating from his form. The last confirmed 10th stage cultivator in our sect was Elder Fan's grandson, and that was 543 years ago. Look at his spiritual pressure, Elder Wan observed, gesturing toward the screen where Wei Lin was casually absorbing the death essence from the now defeated Shadow Phoenix. It's not just denser than peak 9th stage, it's qualitatively different. More refined, more controlled. The boy's marketplace cultivation method must be extraordinary, Elder Chan Yong muttered, taking another drink. To support that kind of breakthrough, I wonder what rank his technique actually is. The elders continued their hushed discussion, analyzing every detail of Wei Lin's performance against the pseudo-elemental realm creature. The ease with which he'd absorbed the Phoenix's black fire attack, the precision of his lightning techniques, the almost casual way he'd decapitated and drained such a powerful opponent. It was then that Sect Master Yuan's voice cut through their chatter. The breakthrough, while certainly impressive, will only cause more problems for his team. The observation chamber fell silent. Every elder turned toward their sect master, a man whose cultivation had reached heights they could barely comprehend. Yuan rarely spoke during these trials, preferring to observe quietly from the raised platform at the center of the room. When he did offer commentary, it was worth listening to. Elder Wan was the first to find his voice. Sect Master, what do you mean? Surely having a 10th stage cultivator on their team is an advantage. The boys' advancement will make them an even greater target, Sect Master Yuan replied, his eyes fixed on the screen showing Ku Yin's team beginning their journey toward the exit. The Fallen Realm responds to more than just cultivation level. Elder Zhao frowned, leaning forward with interest. Responds how, Sect Master? The realm's inhabitants are drawn to spiritual pressure, but surely. Sect Master Yuan raised a hand, and the questions died in the elder's throat. The sect master's expression was thoughtful, almost curious, as he watched the three disciples navigate the twisted forest of bone-white trees. "We shall see," was all he said. The elders exchanged glances, clearly wanting to press for more information, but they knew better than to push when their sect master chose to remain cryptic. Instead, they turned their attention back to the screens, watching as other teams made their own desperate pushes toward the remaining exits. Elder Chen Yong found himself dividing his attention between multiple viewing crystals. On one screen, a team was fighting their way through a pack of skeletal wolves. On another, disciples were using formations to navigate what appeared to be a maze of crystalline walls. But his eyes kept returning to the screen showing his disciples' team, something about their journey feeling different from the others. The number floating in the fallen realm's sky continued to drop. 15, 14, 13. The competition is intensifying, Elder Meng observed, watching as two teams encountered each other near what looked like a potential exit. The confrontation that followed was brief and brutal, with the stronger team eliminating their competitors without hesitation. These final stages always bring out the worst in disciples. It's necessary, Elder Wan replied. Cultivation is not a gentle path. Better they learn to make hard choices now, in a controlled environment, than face such decisions unprepared in the real world. The screens flickered as the monitoring formations adjusted to track the remaining teams. Many of the disciples' parents and family members had gathered in the outer viewing areas, their faces tight with anxiety as they watched their children fight for advancement. It was nearly an hour later when the situation they'd all been anticipating finally occurred. On the primary viewing screen, Wei Lin's team had just spotted another cultivator moving with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly where he was going. The young man was clearly heading toward an exit, and with only 7 slots remaining, the mathematics of elimination had become stark. "Here we go," Elder Chen Yong murmured, recognizing the tension that always preceded these critical encounters. But before Ku Yin could act on his obvious intention to eliminate the potential competitor, 2 new figures emerged from the forest. The spiritual pressure that rolled off them was immediately recognizable to the watching elders. "Wu Kongming," Elder Zhao said, his voice carrying a mixture of interest and concern, "and Luo Yichen." Elder Chen Yong felt his eyebrows rise as he studied the pale-faced young man on the screen. Wu Kongming's reputation had been complicated since his engagement to Wu Lihua had been broken and his cultivation had been crippled months ago. But something about his spiritual signature felt different now, stronger in ways that didn't quite match what they were seeing. The confrontation that followed had every elder in the observation chamber leaning forward with interest. When Wu Kongming's sword strike carved through 3 massive trees with impossible precision, the reaction was immediate. "That technique," Elder Chen Yong breathed, his eyes wide with shock. "That's not qi condensation realm power." "Impossible," Elder Wan protested. "Our monitoring arrays would detect any cultivation above the 9th stage." if Wu Kongming had broken through to the elemental realm. He hasn't, Sect Master Yuan interrupted quietly. His cultivation base remains at the 9th stage, but he has other sources of power available to him. The elders turned toward their sect master with questions clear on their faces, but Yuan had already returned his attention to the screens. His expression was unreadable, but Elder Chun Yong thought he detected a hint of recognition in the sect master's eyes. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. On the screen, the standoff between the two teams continued. The audience members in the outer viewing areas were practically vibrating with excitement, many of them clearly hoping to witness a battle between some of the tournament's most powerful participants. Finally, a real fight. One spectator could be heard saying, "I've been waiting to see what Wu Kongming can really do. Look at the pressure coming off that Wei Lin boy," another voice added. 10th stage cultivation against mysterious sword techniques? This should be incredible. 1,000 spirit stones says Wu Kongming's team wins. You're on, another voice replied. Wei Lin has higher cultivation. My money's on his team. But just as it seemed like the battle was about to begin, something unexpected happened. Instead of attacking, the two team leaders began to talk. The conversation stretched on for several minutes, with both groups maintaining their defensive positions but clearly negotiating rather than fighting. Elder Meng laughed as he watched the discussion unfold. Are they making an alliance? It appears so, Elder Wan confirmed, studying the body language of the cultivators involved. Look, they're moving into traveling formation together. Both teams are going to advance as a combined unit. A collective sigh of disappointment rose from the spectator sections as it became clear there would be no dramatic battle between the tournament's most powerful teams. The betting circles that had formed around the confrontation quickly dissolved into grumbling about missed opportunities and anticlimactic resolutions. On the viewing platform, however, the elders' reactions were quite different. Instead of disappointment, there was talk about the strategic implications of such an alliance. This is actually quite intelligent, Elder Zhang observed. Combined, those two teams should be able to handle any remaining threats in the realm while ensuring both groups advance safely. Pragmatic thinking, Elder Chun Yong agreed. With only a few advancement slots remaining, cooperation makes more sense than elimination for teams of this caliber. But Sect Master Yuan's reaction was entirely different from his subordinates. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, but it wasn't a pleasant expression. He shook his head slowly, as if watching students make a fundamental error in judgment. Sect Master, Elder Chun Yong asked carefully, noticing the leader's unusual reaction. Is there something wrong with this development? The Fallen Realm will not react well to this, Sect Master Yuan said simply, his voice carrying that same ominous undertone from earlier. The elders exchanged concerned glances. Elder Wan, emboldened by his seniority, decided to press for more information. Sect Master, what do you mean by that? Why would the realm care about team cooperation? For a moment, it seemed like Sect Master Yuan might refuse to answer again. But then he settled into his observation chair with the air of someone preparing to tell a long story. The elders immediately gave him their full attention, recognizing the rare opportunity to gain insight into their leader's vast knowledge. To understand the Fallen Realm's nature, Sect Master Yuan began, you must first understand its creator. Ancestor Tian was not what you would call a prodigy. He gestured toward the screens showing the young cultivators making their way through the twisted landscape. These disciples you're watching, most of them show signs of exceptional talent. Rapid advancement, innovative techniques, the kind of natural gifts that set them apart from their peers. Ancestor Tian had none of that. Elder Chun Yong leaned forward, genuinely intrigued. But surely he must have had some exceptional qualities to reach the civilization realm and master the Tao of Death? Oh, he had qualities, Sect Master Yuan replied with a wry smile. Determination, perhaps. Stubbornness, certainly. And above all, an incredible capacity for hard work. But natural talent? Spiritual sensitivity? The kind of heaven-blessed fortune that lets some cultivators advance in months what takes others decades. He shook his head slowly. Ancestor Tian possessed none of those gifts. If anything, he was below average in most areas. His spiritual roots were mediocre, his comprehension was slow, his breakthrough speed was painful to watch. By all conventional measures, he should never have advanced beyond the elemental realm. The elders listened in fascinated silence as their sect master painted a picture of struggle and perseverance that was quite different from the typical cultivation success story. But he refused to give up, sect master Yuan continued. While his more talented peers advanced effortlessly through the realms, Tian spent decades perfecting each stage. While others broke through in moments of inspiration, he ground out his progress through sheer stubborn persistence. Elder Chen Yong found himself oddly sympathetic to this description. That's actually quite admirable in its own way. Perhaps, sect master Yuan acknowledged. But there was a cost to that approach. Throughout his long cultivation journey, Ancestor Tian was constantly overshadowed by more gifted individuals. At every sect gathering, every tournament, every public demonstration of ability, there was always someone younger, someone faster, someone more naturally blessed standing in the spotlight while he remained in the shadows. The sect master's voice grew colder as he continued. Imagine spending 100 years advancing to the elemental realm, only to watch 17-year-old prodigies achieve the same level in a handful of years. Imagine dedicating your entire existence to mastering the fundamentals, only to see talented disciples casually surpass your lifetime achievements with techniques they invented on the spot. Elder Chen Yong was beginning to understand where this story was heading. He became bitter, he said quietly. Bitter doesn't begin to cover it, sect master Yuan replied. Ancestor Tian developed a hatred for natural talent that consumed him from within. Every time he encountered a prodigy, every time he witnessed someone achieving in moments what had taken him decades, that hatred grew stronger. He gestured toward the screens where Wu Kongming and Wei Lin's teams were traveling together through the bone-white forest. And eventually, that hatred became something more than just emotion. It became a Tao. The elders sat in stunned silence as the implications of that statement sank in. Tao comprehension was the highest form of cultivation understanding, the ability to grasp fundamental laws of reality and incorporate them into one's spiritual foundation. Most cultivators spent their entire lives trying to achieve even basic Tao insights. The fascinating thing about inner worlds, sect master Yuan continued, is that it reflects the creator's deepest understanding of reality. When Ancestor Tian broke through to the civilization realm, he didn't just infuse it with death qi. He embedded it with all of his Tao comprehensions, all of his insights into the fundamental nature of existence. Elder Feng was beginning to see the shape of the problem. So even though Ancestor Tian is dead, his Tao comprehensions remain active within the realm? Exactly, sect master Yuan confirmed. The fallen realm isn't just a testing ground filled with death-aligned creatures. It's a reflection of Ancestor Tian's worldview, shaped by centuries of watching talented disciples surpass him with apparent ease. Even after his death, even without an inner world spirit to guide it, his influence remains strong. Elder Chen Yong's eyes widened as understanding struck. That's why the exceptional teams keep facing impossible odds while ordinary disciples advance smoothly. The realm is actively working against those who display unusual talent or potential. Precisely, sect master Yuan confirmed. The realm doesn't operate on random chance or standard difficulty scaling. It recognizes exceptional cultivators and responds to them the way Ancestor Tian did in life. But the realm has been patient so far, he continued. Individual prodigies, even pairs of exceptional disciples, fall within the normal parameters of what it can handle through conventional means. Ninth stage creatures, environmental hazards, the usual challenges of a death realm. His smile grew more pronounced, but there was no warmth in it whatsoever. But two teams of prodigies, working together, displaying the kind of effortless cooperation and mutual success that Ancestor Tian spent his entire life watching from the sidelines? The elders sat in stunned silence as they processed this revelation. Such a display will awaken the Tao that truly defined Ancestor Tian's existence, Sect Master Yuan said, his voice growing cold. Something far more dangerous than simple territorial defense. And what is this Tao? Elder Chen Yong asked carefully. The elders turned expectantly toward their leader, waiting for clarification. The sect master remained silent for several long moments, his attention seemingly focused on something beyond their perception. Finally, he raised one hand and pointed toward a specific viewing screen, one that had been dark throughout the tournament. As the elders watched, the screen began to flicker to life, displaying something that made several of them gasp in shock. The Tao of Envy, Sect Master Yuan whispered. Traveling with Wu Kongming's team was an experience. I'd expected things to be tense, maybe awkward, but what I hadn't anticipated was the sheer volume of creatures we'd encounter. In the past hour alone, we'd been attacked by more ninth-stage entities than my team had faced during our entire time in this realm. It was almost ridiculous. First, a pack of shadow wolves had emerged from behind a cluster of bone-white trees, their eyes burning with that familiar death essence hunger. Before I could even spread my spiritual sense in preparation for using the Verduring step, Wu Kongming had stepped forward, his hand moving to his sword hilt in that fluid motion I was beginning to recognize. One strike, that's all it took. A diagonal slash that seemed to cut through the very air itself, and all 6 wolves collapsed simultaneously, their forms dissolving back into the ambient death chi of the realm. Impressive, Wei Lin had muttered, but I could see the competitive gleam in his eyes. When the next group of creatures appeared, skeletal birds with wingspans the size of houses, Wei Lin was ready. Lightning chi crackled around his hands as he stepped forward, clearly not wanting to be outdone. My turn, he'd said with that confident smile I knew well. His technique was different from Wu Kongming's surgical precision. Where Wu Kongming was all about that single, perfect strike, Wei Lin was raw elemental power. The lightning that erupted from his palms turned the entire flock to ash in seconds. Lin Mei and I had exchanged glances throughout this display. Wei Lin's competitiveness was predictable, but what was interesting was Wu Kongming's complete lack of response to it. He didn't seem to care that Wei Lin was trying to match him technique for technique. If anything, he looked bored. That should have been reassuring, but somehow it made him seem even more dangerous. Those two are going to exhaust themselves at this rate, Lin Mei whispered to me as we walked behind them, watching Wei Lin casually absorb death essence from yet another defeated creature. Wei Lin's just showing off, I replied quietly. But Wu Kongming, I can't get a read on him. And that was the truth. Every other cultivator I'd faced, I could at least sense their limits, their patterns, the boundaries of their power. Wu Kongming felt like trying to measure an ocean with a teacup. There was something bottomless about his spiritual pressure that made my instincts scream warnings. Master, Azure called out, I'd recommend extreme caution when you eventually face him in single combat. Whatever he's hiding, it's significant enough to make him confident about fighting multiple ninth-stage opponents simultaneously. I nodded internally, filing that advice away for later. Right now, we had more immediate concerns. The crimson number hanging in the sky had dropped to 4 during our journey, which was actually good news. With the constant stream of creatures attacking us, I'd been worried that other teams would claim the remaining slots while we were busy fighting for our lives. But apparently, we were making decent time despite the interruptions. The exit's close now, Wei Lin announced, extending his spiritual sense toward the disturbance he'd been tracking. Maybe another li, just past that ridge. Meng Haoran, who had been nervously leading our group, visibly relaxed at this news. He had opened up about his experience in the Fallen Realm, and even I had to admit, the poor guy had been through enough already. Falling into a sea of liquid shadow, nearly getting eliminated by my team, then watching 2 ninth-stage prodigies casually demolish everything in their path. I couldn't blame him for wanting this nightmare to be over. Good, Luo Chen said, adjusting his grip on the mirror water blade at his side. I'll be happy to get out of this death-soaked realm. The chi here feels wrong, like it's trying to seep into my bones. I understood the feeling. The ambient death essence was oppressive in a way that went beyond mere spiritual pressure. It was like being constantly reminded of mortality, of the inevitability of decay and ending. Not exactly conducive to a positive mindset. At least we haven't encountered any. Lin Mei started to say, then immediately stopped herself, realizing she was about to jinx us. Too late. The ground beneath our feet began to tremble. A deep, rhythmic shaking that seemed to emanate from something massive approaching. We all turned toward the source of the disturbance, spiritual senses extending outward to identify the threat. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. What we saw made my blood turn to ice. A stone golem was walking toward us, each step sending tremors through the landscape. But it wasn't the size that made my heart skip a beat, though it was easily 30 feet tall, with limbs like ancient tree trunks and a torso that could have housed a small building. No, what made my stomach clench with dread was the aura rolling off the creature. Elemental realm. Not pseudo-elemental realm like the Shadow Phoenix we'd faced earlier. This was the real thing, genuine elemental realm spiritual pressure that made the air itself feel thick and oppressive. The kind of power that could reshape landscapes and level mountains. Oh, Meng Haoran squeaked, his face going pale as paper. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Wu Kongming's eyes narrowed slightly, the first real expression I'd seen from him since our teams had joined forces. Even he recognized the threat level we were facing. Wei Lin took a step back, his confident demeanor cracking for the first time since his breakthrough to the 10th stage. His hands moved to his storage ring, probably reaching for emergency pills or artifacts, anything that might help against such overwhelming power. This is bad, Lin Mei whispered, her voice tight with fear. Even with all of us together, an elemental realm opponent. She didn't need to finish the thought. We all understood the mathematics of cultivation. The gap between chi condensation and elemental realm wasn't just a difference in power, it was a qualitative transformation. Like comparing a candle flame to a forest fire. The stone golem's massive head turned toward us, empty eye sockets flaring with the same sickly green light that permeated this realm. It raised one boulder-sized fist and let out a roar that shook the very air, the sound so deep and primal that I felt it in my bones. Then it charged. 30 feet of animated stone, moving with impossible speed for something so massive. The ground cracked beneath its feet with each thunderous step, sending up clouds of debris that filled the air with choking dust. I immediately extended my spiritual sense outward, touching every piece of vegetation within a 100-yard radius. The bone-white trees, the gray-green grass, even the strange phosphorescent fungi growing on nearby rocks. I left microscopic chi traces on all of it, creating a network of anchor points for vergering step. I was just finishing the marking process, preparing to teleport the moment the golem got too close, when Wu Kongming moved. He didn't say anything, didn't announce his intentions or coordinate with the rest of us. One moment he was standing beside Luo Yichen, the next he had simply vanished. I blinked, extending my spiritual sense to track his movement, but even with my enhanced perception, I could barely follow what happened next. Wu Kongming reappeared behind the charging golem, his sword already sliding back into its sheath with that characteristic soft whisper of steel on leather. He stood with his back to us, perfectly calm, as if he'd just taken a casual stroll rather than engaged an elemental realm opponent. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The golem continued its charge for another step, maybe two. Then its head slid sideways and tumbled to the ground with a crash that echoed across the landscape. The massive body followed a heartbeat later, crumbling into component stones that scattered across the ground like oversized hail. Within seconds, the terrifying elemental realm threat had been reduced to nothing more than a pile of rubble. The silence that followed was deafening. I stared at the remains of the golem, then at Wu Kongming's perfectly composed figure, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. My mind kept trying to make sense of it, to find some logical explanation for how a 9th-stage chi condensation realm cultivator had just casually decapitated an elemental realm opponent. What? Wei Lin's voice came out as barely a whisper. What was that technique? Wu Kongming turned to face us, his expression as unreadable as ever. Nothing special, he said simply. Just a sword strike. Just a sword strike. right? I'd fought enough battles to recognize power when I saw it, and what Wukongming had just displayed went far beyond anything I could comprehend. The speed, the precision, the sheer cutting power required to sever an elemental realm creature's defenses in a single blow shouldn't have been possible. Azure, I thought urgently, please tell me you have some insight into what just happened. I'm as confused as you are, Master, Azure replied, his voice tinged with genuine bewilderment. That technique operated on principles I don't recognize. It wasn't just sword chi or elemental manipulation. It was something else entirely. Lin Mei was staring at Wukongming with a mixture of awe and terror. How did you... that was an elemental realm. Sometimes the gap between realms isn't as absolute as people think. Wukongming interrupted, his voice carrying a casual indifference that somehow made his words even more chilling. I found myself comparing his performance to my own capabilities, and the results weren't encouraging. Could I have handled that golem? Maybe if I used both my sons, activated every rune I had, and fought with perfect strategy. Even then, it would have been a brutal, exhausting battle with no guarantee of victory. Wei Lin looked like he was having similar thoughts. His face had gone pale, and I could see his confidence taking a serious hit. The 10th stage breakthrough that had made him feel invincible just hours ago suddenly seemed insignificant in comparison to what we'd just witnessed. Big brother, Luoichin said, his voice filled with admiration. Your swordsmanship keeps improving. Before Wukongming could reply, something impossible happened. The scattered stones of the golem began to move, not falling or settling, moving with purpose, flowing like liquid toward a central point. The rubble swirled upward in a spiral pattern, defying gravity as it reformed into a humanoid shape. But this wasn't the same massive stone golem we just watched Wukongming destroy. This was a perfect copy of Wukongming himself. Same height, same build, same pale features and expressionless face. Even the clothes were identical, pristine white outer disciple robes that looked exactly like the ones Wukongming wore. And at its side hung a sword that was indistinguishable from Wukongming's own blade. The spiritual pressure rolling off this copy made my knees weak. Elemental realm. Full elemental realm power, but now wearing Wukongming's face and wielding his techniques. Well, I said weakly, staring at what was essentially Wukongming's evil twin. This just got significantly more complicated. The copy tilted its head in a gesture that was perfectly mirrored from Wukongming's own mannerisms, then smiled, an expression I'd never seen on the original's face, which somehow made it infinitely more unsettling. Wukongming's hand moved to his sword hilt, the first sign of genuine concern I'd seen from him. He was probably the only one who understood the implications of facing himself with genuine elemental realm power backing every technique. The silence stretched between Wukongming and his perfect copy, both figures standing motionless in the aftermath of the golem's destruction. Master, Azure's voice whispered in my mind, this entity is not just mimicking Wukongming's appearance. I can sense traces of his spiritual signature, his technique patterns, even his sword intent. It's like it absorbed his essence during the transformation. That was deeply unsettling. If the copy could somehow duplicate not just Wukongming's physical form but his actual abilities, then we were facing something far more dangerous than a simple shapeshifter. We were looking at Wukongming with genuine elemental realm power backing every technique. But as I studied the copy more carefully, something caught my attention. Wukongming always wore a simple ring on his right hand, nothing flashy or obviously valuable, just a plain band that most people wouldn't give a second glance. I'd noticed it because of my suspicions about his mysterious power source. If my theories about protagonist tropes were correct, that ring likely contained his old grandpa mentor. The copy's hands were perfect replicas of Wukongming's own, down to the smallest detail. Except for one thing, no ring. I felt a surge of relief wash through me. So, this being did have limitations. It could copy Wukongming's physical form, his spiritual signature, even his technique patterns, but it couldn't replicate whatever power source was bound to that ring. That was something, at least. Not much, given that it still had elemental realm cultivation backing Wukongming's already impossible techniques, but it meant this thing wasn't completely invincible. Lin Mei Menghaueran, I called out, never taking my eyes off the standoff. Get back. Way back. I didn't need to explain why. Both of them were experienced enough to recognize the spiritual pressure radiating from the copy, and smart enough to understand what that meant for their survival chances. At their cultivation level, even a glancing blow from an elemental realm technique would be fatal, and if they died, our teams would be expelled from the realm instantly. Lin Mei grabbed Menghaueran's arm and pulled him toward a cluster of bone-white trees about a few hundred yards away, both of them moving with the kind of desperate speed that comes from knowing your life depends on it. Before they could even take a few steps, the copy moved. One moment it was standing perfectly still, the next it had drawn its sword and launched itself forward with speed that made my eyes water. The blade cut through the air with that same impossible precision I'd seen Wu Kongming demonstrate, but there was something qualitatively different about the attack. More refined, more devastating. Wu Kongming's response was equally swift. His own sword cleared its sheath in a silver arc, meeting the copy's strike with perfect timing. The collision of blade against blade sent out a shockwave that flattened the grass around them and cracked the ground beneath their feet. Both figures were launched backward by the impact, their feet carving furrows in the rocky terrain as they fought to maintain balance. But while the copy landed gracefully, settling into a ready stance without apparent effort, Wu Kongming staggered slightly. A thin line of blood appeared on his cheek where a fragment of shattered chi had found its mark. He was injured, not seriously but enough to make a statement about the power difference they were dealing with. I felt my stomach clench as the implications hit me. Wu Kongming, who had just casually decapitated an elemental realm golem, was outmatched by his own copy. The thing wearing his face had access to all his techniques plus the spiritual foundation to use them at their full potential. This isn't a battle Wu Kongming can win alone, I muttered, extending my spiritual sense toward every piece of vegetation in the area. I had already left microscopic chi traces on all of it, creating a network of anchor points for verduring step. Wei Lin stepped up beside me, lightning chi already crackling around his fingers. I was thinking the same thing. Luo Yichen drew his mirror water blade, the surface of the weapon reflecting the sickly green light of the realm. "Big brother," he called out, his voice tight with concern. "We're with you." Wu Kongming glanced back at us, and for the first time since I'd known him, I saw something that might have been surprise flicker across his features. He studied our faces for a moment, as if trying to determine whether we were serious about fighting alongside him against such overwhelming odds. "If it really can use my techniques," he began finally, his voice carrying that same emotionless tone I'd grown accustomed to, "then this isn't a battle we can win." "We don't have much of a choice," I replied, settling into a combat stance. "In about 3 seconds, that thing is going to attack again. When it does, we're all eliminated if we don't work together." Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. The copy tilted its head in that perfectly mirrored gesture, studying our formation with those empty eyes. Then it raised its sword, and I felt the temperature around us drop several degrees as killing intent flooded the area. "Here it comes," Wei Lin breathed. The copy covered the distance between us in a heartbeat. Its sword swept in a horizontal arc designed to bisect all 4 of us simultaneously, the blade trailing streamers of silver chi that cut through the air itself. Wu Kongming intercepted the strike with his own blade, the collision sending sparks cascading around them like falling stars. But the copy's follow-up came instantly, a thrust aimed at Wu Kongming's heart that he barely managed to deflect. I activated verduring step, my body dissolving into green light that flowed to a bone-white tree positioned behind the copy. As I rematerialized, thick vines erupted from the ground around the creature's feet, their spiritual energy reinforced by my chi as they sought to entangle its legs. The copy didn't even look down. A casual swipe of its free hand sent out a blade of pure sword chi that severed my vines like they were made of paper. The cut ends didn't just fall away, they were completely destroyed, reduced to particles of light that faded into nothingness. Wei Lin chose that moment to strike, lightning erupting from his palms in a brilliant blue-white bolt that could have punched through a mountain. The copy raised its sword, and the lightning was absorbed into the blade like water into a sponge. The weapon began to glow with electrical energy, crackling and sparking as it contained power that should have been destructive enough to level a small city. The copy swung the now electrified blade toward Wei Lin, releasing all that absorbed lightning in a concentrated beam. Wei Lin dove aside, the attack carving a perfectly straight trench through the landscape behind him that stretched for hundreds of yards. "It can absorb and redirect lightning," Wei Lin called out, rolling to his feet with his robes singed from the near miss. "That's not supposed to be possible with sword cultivation." I glanced at Wu Kongming's reaction, and while Wei Lin and Luo Yichen looked genuinely shocked by the copy's ability to absorb lightning, Wu Kongming's expression remained perfectly neutral. Not surprised, not confused, just that same calculating look he always wore when observing a technique he was already familiar with. Luo Yichen attacked from the copy's blind side, his mirror water blade creating multiple reflected images of itself as it approached. The technique was designed to confuse opponents about which strike was real, forcing them to defend against several simultaneous attacks. The copy dealt with this by simply moving faster than the eye could follow. Its sword became a silver blur, parrying each reflected strike with perfect precision before driving the point toward Luo Yichen's chest. Only Wu Kongming's intervention, his own blade deflecting the thrust at the last possible moment, prevented the younger cultivator from being run through. The exchange left both Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen off balance, which the copy immediately exploited. It spun in place, its sword extended, creating a whirlwind of cutting force that drove us all backward. I felt the edge of the attack catch my shoulder, tearing through my robe and leaving a shallow but painful cut across my upper arm. "This thing fights like a battle prodigy?" I gasped, pressing my hand to the wound to stop the bleeding. "Not just an elemental realm cultivator, but one who can fight above his weight class." And that was the heart of the problem. A typical elemental realm cultivator would be powerful but predictable, relying on superior spiritual pressure and refined techniques to overwhelm lower realm opponents. This copy fought with the kind of tactical brilliance and adaptive thinking that marked true genius. It was Wu Kongming's talent in an elemental realm body, and that combination was proving nearly unstoppable. Wu Kongming's next attack came without warning, a technique I'd never seen before that seemed to cut through space itself. His sword didn't move through the air so much as appear at his target, reality bending around the blade as it sought the copy's throat. The copy met this impossible technique with one of its own, and the collision of two space-cutting strikes created a distortion in the air that made my eyes water. For a moment, it looked like the very fabric of reality was tearing around the point where their blades met. Both fighters were thrown backward by the spatial shockwave, but again, Wu Kongming bore the worst of it. Blood ran from his nose, and his usually perfect stance wavered as he fought to remain upright. "We need to coordinate," I shouted, channeling chi into the network of plants I'd marked earlier. "Individual attacks aren't working." Wei Lin nodded grimly, switching to his fire stall. Flames erupted around his hands, not the wild, uncontrolled fire he'd used against the sand creature, but channeled through some technique. "What did you have in mind?" I was already moving, vergering step carrying me to a position behind the copy as massive vines erupted from the ground on all sides. But instead of trying to entangle the creature, I wove them together in a complex pattern, their green energy forming intersecting lines that surrounded the copy's position. "Chi Disruption Array," I called out, the formation pulsing with light as it took hold. "It can't dodge while trapped in this." The copy tested the barriers, its sword striking the vine formations with enough force to make the entire array shudder. But the formation held, spiritual energy flowing through the interconnected plants to maintain its integrity. "Now!" I yelled. Wei Lin stepped forward, drawing on every stall in his spiritual marketplace simultaneously. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, void, and even his newly formed death stall. All of them contributed power to the attack he was preparing. The energy gathering around him was so intense it made the air itself glow. "Marketplace devastation," he announced, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Everything I've got, all at once." The attack that erupted from his hands was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It wasn't just one element or technique. It was a fusion of every type of spiritual energy he could command, compressed into a beam of pure destructive force. The very air caught fire as it passed, and the ground beneath it turned to glass from the sheer heat. It looked like we'd finally found something that could overwhelm the copy's defenses. The attack struck dead center, engulfing the creature in a maelstrom of elemental fury that lit up the entire landscape. Steam and smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see the results of our combined assault. For a moment, I allowed myself to hope that we'd actually won. Then the smoke cleared. The duplicate was still there, but something was wrong with its appearance. Instead of Wu Kongming's pale features and white robes, it now looked exactly like Wei Lin. Same height, same build, same confident expression. And in its hands, instead of a sword, crackling bolts of lightning danced between its fingers. "You've got to be kidding me," Wei Lin breathed. His most powerful technique had disappeared into what was essentially his own cultivation method. The brief pause that followed felt like the calm before a storm. We all stood there, staring at the perfect copy of Wei Lin, processing the implications of what we'd just witnessed. This wasn't just a shapeshifter that could mimic appearances. This thing could become any one of us, complete with our cultivation methods, our techniques, and our spiritual foundations. It was like fighting ourselves, but with the advantage of genuine elemental realm power backing every ability. When it became Wu Kongming, it had access to those monstrous sword techniques. When it became Wei Lin, it could absorb and redirect our attacks through his marketplace. And if it became Luo Yichen, it would gain his reflection abilities and sword mastery. But what if it becomes me? Azure, I thought urgently. What happens if this thing shapeshifts into my form? Would it gain access to the World Tree Sutra? The two suns. "I honestly don't know, Master," Azure replied, his voice tight with concern. "The level of mimicry we're seeing shouldn't be possible. If it can truly replicate your inner world, the implication hung unspoken between us. My cultivation method was already unusual enough to draw attention. If this copy started manifesting red and blue suns, or demonstrating world-walking abilities, it would expose secrets I wasn't ready to reveal, especially not in front of the whole sect. My eyes narrowed as I studied the Wei Lin copy. I couldn't let that happen. Whatever the cost, I had to prevent this thing from taking my form. The copy, still wearing Wei Lin's face, raised its hands, and I felt my heart sink as I recognized the technique it was preparing. Lightning chi began to gather around its fingers. But this wasn't the refined control Wei Lin had demonstrated. This was elemental realm power channeled through Wei Lin's techniques, creating something that was fundamentally more dangerous than either component alone. "Scatter!" I yelled, activating Verduring Step just as the copy unleashed its attack. The lightning that erupted from its hands wasn't a single bolt but a storm of electrical death that covered the entire battlefield. I barely managed to teleport to safety behind a distant tree, feeling the heat wash over me as the attack passed. When the light faded, the entire area where we'd been standing was nothing but a crater of melted stone and glass. Wu Kongming had somehow deflected the worst of the attack with his sword, the blade glowing white-hot from the absorbed energy. But even he had been driven to one knee, and I could see fresh blood on his robes where the electrical discharge had found its mark. Luo Yichen hadn't been as fortunate. The lightning bolt had struck him before he was able to reflect it. He was now on his back 20 yards away. His mirror water blade lay beside him and his robes smoking from electrical burns. He was still breathing, but barely conscious. "One down," I muttered, using Verduring Step to appear beside the fallen cultivator. A quick check confirmed he was alive but out of the fight. His spiritual pathways had been scrambled by the electrical attack, leaving him unable to channel chi effectively. The copy turned its attention to us, and I watched with growing dread as its form began to shift again. Wei Lin's features dissolved like melting wax, reforming into the pale, expressionless mask of Wu Kongming. But this time, there was something different about the transformation. The spiritual pressure radiating from it was denser, more refined. "This is getting out of hand," Wei Lin said, moving to flank the copy from the left while Wukongming approached from the right. Every time it changes forms, it gets stronger. I position myself behind the creature, thick vines already growing from the ground in preparation for another binding technique. It's learning from each transformation, I realized. Not just copying our abilities, but improving on them. The copy proved my point by drawing its sword and executing a technique that was definitely Wukongming's style, but amplified beyond anything the original could produce. The blade moved in a perfect arc, trailing streams of silver chi that cut through space itself. But instead of a single cutting line, this attack produced dozens of them, creating a web of spatial distortions that turned the air around us into a maze of deadly edges. Wukongming's eyes widened as he saw his own technique enhanced and turned against us. He raised his sword to deflect what he could, but there were simply too many cutting lines to block them all. I activated Verduring Step repeatedly, dissolving and rematerializing as fast as I could manage to avoid the spatial cuts. Each teleportation carried me to a different plant in my network, creating a flickering pattern of green light as I danced between the deadly attacks. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Wei Lin wasn't as mobile, but he had other options. His spiritual marketplace flared to life, different stalls activating in sequence to absorb and redirect what attacks he could manage. Lightning disappeared into his storm stall, spatial distortions were processed by his void stall, even the sword chi itself was partially absorbed by his black market. But there was too much power behind the attack for even his 10th stage cultivation to handle completely. One of the spatial cuts caught him across the chest, tearing through his robes and leaving a deep gash that immediately began bleeding profusely. "Damn it!" he gasped, pressing his hand to the wound. "At this rate, we're all going to be eliminated." The copy didn't give us time to recover. ITT shifted forms again, becoming Luoyichen this time. The reflection technique it used next was Luoyichen's signature ability, but amplified to ridiculous extremes. Instead of creating a few mirror images, the copy surrounded itself with hundreds of reflections, each one moving independently and wielding its own sword. It was like facing an entire army of overpowered Luoyichens. Wukongming was having the same problem. His sword work was precise enough to handle multiple opponents, but hundreds. Even his prodigal techniques had limits. Wei Lin tried a different approach, sending out area of effect attacks that should have hit all the reflections simultaneously. But as the various elemental energies reached the crowd of copies, they simply flowed into each other, combining and amplifying before being redirected back at us with devastating force. The battle was becoming increasingly one-sided. Every technique we used was turned against us. Every strategy we employed was countered before we could fully implement it. The copy was learning our patterns, adapting to our tactics, becoming more dangerous with each exchange. I was starting to think we might actually lose this fight when Wukongming did something unexpected. Instead of attacking the reflections, he turned his blade on himself. Not literally, but he used one of his spatial cutting techniques to sever something invisible around his own body. For a moment, I couldn't understand what he was doing. Then I felt it. His spiritual pressure suddenly spiked, as if he'd been holding back some fundamental aspect of his power. "Big brother," Luoyichen called out weakly from where he lay injured. "Not the seal. It won't matter if we're all eliminated," Wukongming replied, his voice carrying an edge I'd never heard before. Whatever he'd done, the effect was immediate. His next sword strike didn't just cut through the reflections, it erased them completely, leaving only the original copy standing amid the fading afterimages of its destroyed duplicates. But the technique had cost him. Blood ran from Wukongming's eyes and nose, and his usually perfect stance was noticeably unsteady. Whatever power he'd unsealed was clearly taking a toll on his body. The copy, now back to wearing Luoyichen's face, studied Wukongming with what might have been curiosity. Then it shifted forms again, but this time the transformation was different. Instead of becoming one of us, it began cycling through all their forms rapidly. Wukongming to Wei Lin to Luoyichen and back again, each change bringing with it a different set of abilities. It attacked with Wukongming's sword techniques while defending with Wei Lin's absorption abilities, then switched to Luoyichen's reflections while maintaining Wukongming's spatial cutting power. The combination was proving nearly impossible to counter. I was starting to panic when an opportunity finally presented itself. The copy had just shifted into Wei Lin's form and was preparing another devastating lightning attack when I managed to get a full set of binding vines around its position. Unlike my previous attempts, this time I didn't try to hold it in place. Instead, I used the vines to create another Qi disruption array, the formation's interference making it difficult for the copy to maintain its shape-shifting ability. Now! I yelled to Wu Kongming. While it's locked in form, Wu Kongming didn't hesitate. Whatever power he'd unsealed was still active, and he channeled all of it into a single devastating sword strike. The blade moved through dimensions I couldn't perceive, cutting through space, time, and possibility itself to reach its target. The attack struck the copy dead center, punching completely through its chest where a heart would normally be. The creature staggered, its form flickering between different shapes as the wound disrupted its ability to maintain coherent structure. I saw my chance and took it. Verduring step carried me behind the wounded copy, appearing directly in its blind spot with my palm already charged with Qi. I drove my hand forward in a perfect phantom strike, the technique designed to channel explosive force through a single point of contact. My palm penetrated completely through the copy's back, spiritual energy erupting from the point of impact as the technique found its mark. For a moment, I thought we'd finally managed to defeat the creature. Then I felt its form beginning to shift beneath my hand. The copy's features were already changing, pale skin giving way to darker hair, Wei Lin's build morphing into something more familiar. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late to pull away. The creature completed its transformation, and I found myself staring at my own face. The copy had become me. Its head turned in a motion that should have been impossible given our relative positions, rotating a full 180 degrees to look me directly in the eyes. My own face stared back at me, but there was something fundamentally wrong about the expression it wore. It was me but empty, hollow, like looking into a mirror that reflected everything except the soul. Azure, I thought desperately. Tell me this thing can't access the World Tree Sutra. But Azure's response was cut short as I felt something terrifying begin to happen. The copy's spiritual pressure was changing, growing more complex. And from somewhere deep within its transformed body, I sensed a familiar pulse of energy. Red sun energy. Blue sun energy. My own powers, manifesting in this creature's body with elemental realm strength behind them. The copy's lips curved into a smile that was mine but not mine, and I knew our situation had just gone from desperate to catastrophic. Elder Chunyong's wine bottle slipped from his fingers, clattering against the stone floor as his spiritual sense locked onto something that made his blood run cold. That blue energy radiating from the copy of Ku Yin. He knew that signature intimately. His mind raced back to those private sessions in his quarters, when Ku Yin would stand still while Chen Yong carefully extended his spiritual sense to analyze the strange energy his disciple possessed. In exchange for those analysis sessions, Chen Yong had taught the young man formation techniques far beyond what any outer disciple should have access to. It had seemed like a fair trade at the time. Chen Yong gained insights into an energy type that bore striking similarities to life realm power, while Ku Yin received advanced instruction that would serve him well in the cultivation world. But now, watching that familiar blue radiance pulse through the screen, Chen Yong realized just how catastrophically he'd miscalculated. What in the heavens? Elder Wan breathed, leaning forward in his chair. That energy signature, it feels like life realm power, but how is that possible from a Qi condensation cultivator? Elder Zhang nodded grimly, his features creased with confusion. The intensity is unmistakable. I've felt that quality of energy before, but only from cultivators who've successfully birthed life in their inner worlds. Impossible, Elder Meng protested, though his voice carried uncertainty. No Qi condensation cultivator could possibly channel life realm energy. The spiritual pathways required simply don't exist at that level. Could it be some kind of inheritance? An artifact, perhaps? Elder Louis suggested. Though I've never heard of any treasure that could channel life realm power through a mortal cultivator without killing them. Chun Yong felt sweat beading on his forehead as the other elders continued their speculation. He knew he should speak up, should explain what he discovered during his analysis sessions with Ku'in, but his throat felt uncharacteristically dry. "That isn't life realm energy," Sect Master Yuan said quietly. His eyes flicked to Qin Yong for just a moment, barely a heartbeat, before returning to the screen. That single glance hit Qin Yong like a physical blow. The message was crystal clear. "You've been keeping secrets, Qin Yong. You've been investigating this boy's abilities without reporting to me, and you've failed in the task the sect gave you." Chen Yong's hands trembled slightly as he reached for his fallen wine bottle, though he no longer had any desire to drink. When the sect master had originally asked him to keep an eye on Ku'in, it had seemed like a simple enough assignment. Monitor the boy's progress, note any unusual developments, report anything significant. But somewhere along the way, Qin Yong had gotten attached. He'd started to see Ku'in as a genuine disciple rather than just a subject for observation. The young man's earnest dedication to formation work, his respectful manner, his obvious care for his teammates, all of it had gradually shifted Chen Yong's perspective from clinical observer to protective teacher. And now that sentiment was about to cost him dearly. "Sect Master," Elder Lu ventured carefully, "if it's not life realm energy, then what could it be? The spiritual signature is unlike anything I've encountered in 500 years of cultivation." Sect Master Yuan was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable as he studied the Tao of Envy complete its transform into Ku'in on the screen. The other elders waited with barely concealed anticipation. Their sect master was a civilization realm cultivator whose knowledge spanned millennia. If anyone could identify this mysterious energy, it would be him. I don't know," Yuan finally admitted. The words fell into the observation chamber like stones into still water, sending ripples of shock through the assembled elders. Chun Yong watched as faces went pale, as centuries-old cultivators struggled to process what they'd just heard. Their civilization realm sect master, a being who had transcended the limitations of mortal understanding, who had fostered entire civilizations within his inner world, had encountered something beyond his knowledge. "But, sect master," Elder Feng stammered, "you've reached the pinnacle of cultivation in our region. You've studied energy types from across the 5 continents. How could a mere qi condensation disciple possess something that even you—" "The cultivation world is vast, Elder Feng," Yuan interrupted, though his tone remained calm. "And it's far older than any of us. There are powers and techniques that predate our current understanding, fragments of ancient knowledge that surface in the most unexpected places." Chun Yong felt his stomach churning as he realized where this conversation was heading. He could see it in the way the other elders' eyes had begun to glitter with academic hunger, the way they leaned forward like predators scenting prey. Life realm cultivators spent centuries perfecting their inner worlds, nurturing the delicate balance required to sustain complex ecosystems and intelligent life. But the process was fraught with difficulties. Species would go extinct, environmental disasters would devastate carefully crafted biomes, and many cultivators would face cultivation deviation when their inner worlds collapsed. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Chun Yong knew this intimately because he'd nearly died from exactly such a collapse just a few months ago. His breakthrough to life realm had been unexpected and turbulent. The basic life forms in his inner world had begun dying en masse, creating a cascade failure that threatened to shatter his cultivation base entirely. He'd been forced into emergency closed-door cultivation, desperately trying to stabilize his inner world before the damage became irreversible. It was during that crisis the insights he'd gained from analyzing the blue energy had quite literally saved his life. The energy seemed to carry inherent principles of vitality and renewal that had helped Chun Yong understand how to properly nurture life in his inner world. His dying ecosystems had stabilized, his cultivation base had solidified, and he'd even managed to introduce new species that thrived in ways he'd never thought possible. If a few sessions of casual analysis had provided such dramatic benefits, what could be achieved through intensive, systematic study? And that was exactly what Chen Yong saw reflected in his fellow elders' expressions. The desperate hunger of cultivators who'd spent centuries struggling with the fundamental challenges of their realm. Wait! Elder Zhao suddenly straightened, his spiritual sense evidently picking up something new. There's another energy signature hidden beneath the blue radiance. Something darker. Chen Yong's blood turned to ice as he extended his own spiritual sense and confirmed what Elder Zhao had detected. Red energy, pulsing with a quality that felt almost demonic, though not quite matching any demonic cultivation method he'd encountered. This was something Kuyin had never mentioned during their sessions. In fact, Chen Yong wouldn't be surprised if the boy didn't even know he possessed this second energy type. It was so thoroughly masked by the blue energy's overwhelming presence that it would take a life realm cultivator's refined senses to detect it. Demonic Qi? Elder Meng asked, though his tone suggested uncertainty. The elder's reactions split predictably along factional lines. The more pragmatic ones, those who'd lived long enough to understand that power was power regardless of its source, seemed largely unconcerned. After all, the cultivation world had long since accepted that all paths ultimately led to the heavenly Tao, whether through righteous methods, demonic practices, or something in between. But Elder Lu and a few others visibly recoiled, their faces twisting with distaste. These were the traditionalists, the ones who still believed in clean distinctions between righteous and evil cultivation methods. "I don't care what energy type it is," Elder Lu declared, his voice tight with disapproval. "No disciple of our sect should be trafficking with demonic powers. The very presence of such energy could corrupt." "That isn't demonic Qi either," Sect Master Yuan interrupted, his tone carrying a note of genuine interest for the second time since the tournament had begun. "How fascinating." Chen Yong closed his eyes and released a long, shuddering breath. Two unknown energy types. Two mysterious power sources that even a civilization realm cultivator couldn't identify. And his disciple, his naive, earnest, cultivation-obsessed disciple, was somehow carrying both of them in his ninth-stage Qi condensation body. There was no escaping it now. No amount of political maneuvering or carefully crafted explanations would deflect the sect master's attention. Kuyin had just painted an enormous target on his back, and Chen Yong was powerless to remove it. The elder understood more about high-level cultivation than most people realized. While the specifics of civilization realm and beyond remained mysteries to him, he knew enough to understand why these energy types would be so valuable to someone like Sect Master Yuan. At the highest levels of cultivation, cultivators spent enormous effort designing completely new cultivation systems for the unique beings within their inner worlds, systems that often required entirely new forms of energy to function properly. Creating such energy types from scratch was considered one of the most challenging aspects of advanced cultivation. The most talented civilization realm cultivators might manage to develop one novel lesser energy form over the course of millennia, and these innovations were often what determined whether they could advance to even higher realms. And here was an outer disciple casually wielding two energy types that defied classification. Chen Yong knew his sect was considered righteous by the standards of the cultivation world. Had they been affiliated with one of the demonic sects, Kuyin would already be strapped to a research table while scholars systematically dissected every aspect of his cultivation. The Azure Peak sect maintained higher ethical standards than that. But Chen Yong also knew that ethical standards became remarkably flexible when faced with truly exceptional opportunities for advancement. And for a civilization realm cultivator seeking to break through to even higher realms, access to unknown energy types represented exactly such an opportunity. The cultivation world's history was littered with stories of voluntary research subjects who'd found themselves unable to refuse the requests of their superiors. After all, what was a little temporary discomfort when weighed against the potential benefits to the entire sect? Elder Chen Yong, Sect Master Yuan's voice cut through his increasingly desperate thoughts, and Chen Yong's eyes snapped open to find the sect master looking directly at him. As Kuyin's supervising elder, surely you have some insights into these unusual energies? The question was politely phrased, but Chen Yong could hear the steel beneath the silk. This wasn't a request for information, it was a command to explain himself. "I." Chen Yong's throat felt dry as sand. "Sect Master, I confess that my knowledge of the boy's abilities has been limited. These energy signatures are as much a surprise to me as they are to the rest of the council. It wasn't technically a lie, he truly had no knowledge of the red energy, and his understanding of the blue energy was fragmentary at best. But the admission felt like ash in his mouth, and he could see that Sect Master Yuan wasn't entirely convinced. I see, Yuan said quietly. How unfortunate. I had hoped that your closer relationship with the boy might have provided some additional context. The words were mild, but Chun Yong felt them like a blade between his ribs. Chun Yong had lived for over 800 years. He'd seen the rise and fall of dynasties, witnessed the birth and death of cultivation techniques, and observed the endless cycle of ambition and betrayal that defined the cultivation world. But in all those centuries, he'd rarely felt as helpless as he did at this moment. Even if he wanted to protect Ku'in, and he desperately did, what could a life realm elder do against a civilization realm sect master? The gap between their cultivation levels wasn't just a matter of degree. It was a fundamental difference in the nature of their existence. Yuan could crush Chun Yong without even exerting effort, and they both knew it. As he watched the standoff between his disciple and the Tao of Envy on the viewing screen, Chun Yong found himself silently apologizing to the young man who'd become more than just a sect mission. I'm sorry, boy, he thought. His hands clenched so tightly around his wine bottle that the ceramic began to crack. I wanted to protect you, but I'm just not strong enough. I pray that whatever trouble you've stumbled into, the heavens will watch over you, because even if I wanted to help, I don't have the power to stand between you and the forces you've attracted. May the Tao have mercy on us both. The copy's smile was the most unsettling thing I'd ever seen. It was my face, my exact features, but there was something fundamentally wrong about the expression. Like looking into a mirror that reflected everything except the soul. The wrongness of it made my skin crawl, but that wasn't what made my blood turn to ice. No, there was something else. Something that made every survival instinct I'd developed over months of life-or-death battles start screaming warnings at maximum volume. I could sense it, deep within the copy's transformed body, where my own inner world should be. Something was stirring that definitely shouldn't exist at our cultivation level. The baby star. My face went pale as I felt that familiar pulse of stellar energy beginning to build within the creature's chest. The same fragment of stellar realm power that I'd been carefully avoiding using because of how dangerous it was. Oh no, I breathed. Oh no, no, no. The baby star wasn't just dangerous because it was powerful. It was dangerous because stellar realm energy at our current cultivation stage was like trying to contain a nuclear reactor in a paper cup. The energy levels involved were so far beyond what chi condensation realm bodies could handle that exposure would literally turn us all to dust. It didn't matter how many trump cards any of us had. Wei Lin's 10th stage breakthrough, Wu Kongming's impossible sword techniques, whatever mysterious power that Luo Yichen was hiding, none of it would mean anything against uncontrolled stellar realm energy. I didn't even know what I could do at this point, but I wasn't one to give up. Now that my trump cards had definitely been revealed to the whole sect anyway, I had to try something, anything. Maybe I could use my own baby star to destroy this creature before it got a chance to do the same to us. Before I could make a move, something changed. The smile on the copy's face faltered. Its eyes, my eyes, widened in what looked like confusion, then fear, then something approaching panic as it looked down at its hands. I watched in fascination and growing horror as the copy's fingers began to change. The pale skin that had perfectly mimicked my own was darkening, taking on a rough, bark-like texture. The fingernails elongated and hardened, becoming more like thorns than anything human. What the hell? I muttered, instinctively trying to pull my hand free from where it was still embedded in the creature's chest. But my palm seemed stuck, as if the copy's body was somehow holding it in place. I could feel something flowing between us, some kind of energy exchange that I didn't understand and definitely didn't like. The transformation was accelerating. What had started as a subtle change in the copy's hands was now spreading up its arms like some kind of infection. The smooth skin of its forearms was splitting and cracking, revealing woody tissue underneath. One half of its face, the left side, was beginning to sprout tiny green buds. The eye on that side had gone completely white, like a pearl embedded in the trunk of an ancient tree. The other half of its face was still recognizably mine, but even that was changing, the skin taking on that same bark-like quality. This wasn't shape-shifting anymore. This was something else entirely. The copy opened its mouth, probably trying to speak, but instead of words, what came out was a sound like wind through autumn leaves. Its jaw was elongating, becoming more like a wooden beak than anything human. I could feel panic radiating from it through our connection. Whatever was happening, the copy hadn't intended this. It was losing control, transforming into something it definitely didn't want to become. Master! Azure's voice was tight with alarm. You need to get away from that thing. Now. I didn't need to be told twice. With a burst of chi-enhanced strength, I yanked my hand free from the copy's chest and immediately activated Verduring Step, dissolving into green light that carried me to the furthest seed in my network, nearly 100 yards away. I rematerialized just in time to see the copy's transformation complete itself in the most spectacular and terrifying way possible. The creature threw back its head and released a scream that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite the sound of splintering wood. It was something in between, a noise that made my teeth ache and set every nerve in my body on edge. Then it exploded. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Not in the way that normal explosions work with fire and shrapnel. This was an explosion of pure energy. Red sun and blue sun power erupting outward in a sphere of destruction that lit up the entire landscape like a miniature sunrise. The shockwave hit me even from my distant position, a wall of superheated air that picked me up and hurled me backward. I managed to cushion my landing with another quick Verduring Step, appearing behind a cluster of bone-white trees that provided some protection from the blast. The others weren't so lucky. Wukongming had managed to get his sword up in time, the blade somehow deflecting the worst of the energy wave, but even he was thrown backward, skidding across the rocky ground with his usually pristine white robes now singed and torn. Wei Lin took the blast full on, his 10th stage spiritual pressure flaring as he hastily erected an earth barrier to deflect the foreign energy. But there was too much power, too fast. I watched him get launched through the air like a rag doll, crashing into a boulder with enough force to crack the stone. Luo Yichen, still weakened from the earlier lightning strike, didn't even try to resist. The explosion sent him tumbling end over end, his unconscious form coming to rest against the base of a tree nearly 50 yards from where he'd started. Follow current novels on Nav.L. Fire.t. Lin Mei and Meng Haoran, who had been watching from what they'd thought was a safe distance, were knocked flat by the shockwave. I could see them struggling to sit up, their faces pale with shock. The light from the explosion gradually faded, leaving dancing afterimages burned into my vision. As the dust and debris settled, I squinted through the haze to see what remained. Where the copy had been standing, where our desperate battle had reached its climax, now stood something that made my breath catch in my throat. A tree. But not just any tree. This was massive, easily 80 feet tall with a trunk so wide it would take a dozen people holding hands to encircle it. The bark was dark and deeply grooved, almost black in places, and covered in strange spiral patterns. The canopy spread out like an umbrella, blocking out the sickly green light of the realm's sky. The leaves rustled with a sound like whispered secrets, despite the fact that there was no wind. Well, I said weakly, staring up at the impossible sight. That's new. I gulped as I then realized what had just happened. All those months ago, when I'd first arrived at the Azure Sky Sect and been trying to choose a cultivation method, everyone had warned me away from the World Tree Sutra. Elder Chong, the stern woman in charge of the sect archives, had frowned after I'd requested the manual and explained how cultivators who attempt the World Tree Sutra typically never progress beyond the Qi condensation realm. In fact, most don't survive their first breakthrough attempt. Wei Lin had even tried to offer to use his father's connections to find me an Earth-rank cultivation method instead, something safe and proven. Why take the risk? He'd asked. There are plenty of other techniques that won't potentially kill you. But I'd been stubborn. The World Tree Sutra had called to me in a way I couldn't explain, and I decided to give it a try despite everyone's warnings. Fortunately for me, it had worked out. The Genesis seed had taken root in my inner world. My world-walking adventures had let me cultivate celestial bodies way before any chi condensation cultivator had any right to do so, and I'd somehow managed to advance through the stages without turning into whatever that tree was. But seeing what could have been my fate, what probably was the fate of most cultivators who attempted the World Tree Sutra, was both scary and grounding. I didn't know why I'd been able to succeed where others had failed. Maybe it was because I was originally from a different world, or maybe I'd just gotten incredibly lucky. Whatever the reason, I was grateful. Deeply, profoundly grateful that I hadn't ended up as a 60-foot monument to cultivation gone wrong. The sound of groaning drew my attention back to the immediate situation. The others were starting to pick themselves up, brushing dust and debris from their clothes as they tried to make sense of what had just happened. Wei Lin was the first to speak, his voice hoarse from the explosion. "Is everyone alive?" A chorus of weak affirmatives came from around the clearing. Even Luo Yichen was stirring, though he still looked pretty rough. "What happened to the copy?" Lin Mei asked, looking around in confusion. "Where did it go?" Wei Lin's eyes found the massive tree, and his expression grew thoughtful. "I think," he said slowly, "that is the copy." "That's impossible," Meng Haoren protested. "People don't just turn into trees. They do if they cultivate the World Tree Sutra incorrectly," Wei Lin replied, his voice carrying a note of grim knowledge. "When someone attempts to channel World Tree energy without the proper foundation or guidance, their body can't handle the foreign power. They become what they're trying to cultivate." Both Wei Lin and Lin Mei turned to look at me with expressions of barely concealed concern, as if I might randomly sprout branches at any moment. "Ku-in," Lin Mei said carefully, "you're not going to, turn into a tree, are you?" "I hope not," I replied, trying to inject some humor into the situation despite how shaken I felt. "I've gotten pretty attached to having a human body." Wu Kongming had been silent throughout this exchange, but I could feel his pale eyes studying me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. He was thinking hard about something, probably trying to analyze the red and blue sun energies he'd witnessed during the copy's transformation. Luo Yichen, on the other hand, looked genuinely afraid of me. The fear in his eyes was obvious. This shapeshifter that they'd all been unable to defeat even when working together had turned into a tree the moment it took my form. The implications were clear. I wasn't normal, and I definitely didn't cultivate a normal cultivation method. I decided to take a closer look at the tree, both to satisfy my own curiosity and to put some distance between myself and Luo Yichen's fearful stare. I approached cautiously, extending my spiritual sense to make sure there wasn't any shape-shifting nonsense still going on, and the battle had in fact actually ended. "Azure," I thought, "can you sense the copy anywhere? Any trace of that creature's spiritual signature?" "No, Master," Azure replied. "Whatever that thing was, it's gone completely." I got close enough to touch the bark, running my fingers over the strange spiral patterns. The tree felt ancient, like it had been growing here for centuries rather than having appeared just moments ago. As I examined the tree more closely, something about its energy signature nagged at me. It felt familiar, not just because it was connected to the World Tree Sutra, but because I'd encountered something similar before. The way the spiritual energy flowed through its roots, the pattern of chi circulation visible in its bark, the stable, anchoring presence it projected. My eyes widened as recognition hit me. "Azure?" I whispered internally. "Is this what I think it is?" "I believe so, Master," Azure confirmed, his own voice tinged with amazement. "That's a realm-stabilizing tree. A realm-stabilizing tree. Of all the things that could have emerged from that chaotic battle, this was perhaps the most valuable and unexpected outcome I could have imagined." Realm-stabilizing trees were legendary treasures in the cultivation world, though most cultivators below the life realm had never even heard of them. These ancient constructs served as the backbone of advanced inner worlds, providing the structural foundation necessary for a cultivator's personal universe to expand beyond its natural limits. When a peak life realm cultivator sought to break through to the civilization realm, the sheer complexity of managing millions of souls, their spiritual networks, and the delicate balance of chi flows became nearly impossible without some form of stabilizing influence. That's where realm-stabilizing trees came in. These massive entities didn't just expand and stabilize inner worlds through their root networks. They also acted as living seals, preventing the precious chi essences and Tao comprehensions from leaking out into the void. This was why, when I'd visited the Starhaven realm and fed energy to their 3 great trees, it had actually reversed the decay that was slowly consuming that dying world. The trees acted as anchors, holding reality together when everything else was falling apart. But their defensive capabilities went far beyond just preventing energy leakage. Realm-stabilizing trees also helped protect inner worlds from invasion techniques. Hostile cultivators couldn't simply force their way into someone's personal universe when these trees were present, as they created natural barriers that repelled unauthorized intrusion attempts. For high-level cultivators whose inner worlds contained priceless treasures and entire civilizations, this protection was absolutely invaluable. I took a deep breath, trying to process what I had witnessed. The initial awe was fading, replaced by a growing sense of understanding that made my stomach clench with unease. If cultivators who failed to successfully cultivate the World Tree Sutra became realm-stabilizing trees, did that mean the trees I'd encountered in both the Starhaven realm and the Two Suns world were once cultivators like myself? The thought sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the death essence still lingering in the air around us. Chi deviation had always been presented as the worst possible outcome for a failed breakthrough attempt. Your cultivation base shattering, your meridians rupturing, maybe death if you were truly unlucky. But becoming a tree? That was something else entirely. That was losing your humanity, your consciousness, everything that made you who you were. The theory was beginning to make terrible sense. After all, the trees I'd met weren't identical copies of each other. They varied in size, power, and even apparent intelligence. The ancestors' tree at the three-leaf clover sect had been massive and surprisingly aware, while the star-catching tree had seemed more passive. That could easily be explained if they'd once been cultivators at different stages of advancement before their transformations. A cultivator who'd made it further along the World Tree Sutra's path before failing would naturally become a more powerful and sophisticated tree. Someone who'd barely started the technique might become something smaller and less capable. It was a horrifying kind of logic. This revelation also explained something that had always puzzled me about the Azure Peak sect. Why would they keep a beyond heaven rank cultivation method, even an incomplete one, in their outer sect archives? Why make it available to disciples who clearly lacked the power and understanding to handle such advanced techniques? The answer lay in the fundamental nature of cultivation itself. You couldn't force a cultivator to practice a specific method, no matter how much authority you held over them. Cultivation was intrinsically tied to the Tao, to a person's deepest beliefs and understanding of the universe. If a cultivator didn't truly believe in the method they were attempting to cultivate, if they couldn't align their soul with its principles, they simply wouldn't be able to make any progress toward that particular Tao path. This meant that even if the sect had tried to force disciples to cultivate the World Tree Sutra, those who didn't genuinely resonate with it would fail to advance at all. They wouldn't even reach the point where they could fail spectacularly enough to transform into trees. And some level of success was clearly necessary for the transformation to occur. You had to get far enough along the path to trigger the metamorphosis when things went wrong. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Since the sect couldn't force the issue, the World Tree Sutra served as bait instead. It was there to entice young, arrogant cultivators who felt like they were chosen by the heavens, who believed they could succeed where others had failed. The kind of disciples who saw a beyond heaven rank technique and thought, "This was clearly meant for me." I felt my cheeks burn with embarrassment. Wasn't that exactly the reason I'd chosen the sutra? I'd felt like it was calling out to me, like destiny had led me to that particular manual among all the others in the archives. The hubris was almost painful to acknowledge now. The only difference between me and that tree was luck. Pure, blind luck. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Master," Azure said gently, apparently sensing my self-recrimination. "Your success wasn't just luck. You had advantages that other cultivators didn't: the system, me, and your unusual soul structure from your original death and rebirth. These factors made you uniquely suited to handle the World Tree Sutra's requirements. Maybe, but it still made me feel sick thinking about how close I'd come to that fate. And honestly, I couldn't even blame the sect for their strategy. It was cold, calculating, and definitely not something you'd put in their recruitment materials, but from an elder's perspective, it made perfect sense. Realm-stabilizing trees were incredibly valuable resources, sought after by Life Realm and Civilization Realm cultivators who would pay almost any price to acquire them. If a disciple failed while attempting the World Tree Sutra, they became a precious tree that could be used by the sect's leadership for their own advancement. If they succeeded, the sect gained a young prodigy who might eventually elevate the entire organization to new heights. From a cold, calculating standpoint, it was a win-win situation. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this tree represented an incredible opportunity for me personally. Forward cultivators, realm-stabilizing trees weren't just useful for stabilizing the inner world, they could serve as direct cultivation resources, providing insights into advanced plant manipulation techniques and offering massive amounts of refined wood element energy. But what made this particular tree special was that it hadn't yet sunk its roots into the fallen realm. Normally, when a realm-stabilizing tree formed, it immediately began the process of integrating with whatever dimensional space it found itself in. Once those roots spread throughout a realm, the tree became essentially unmovable. You couldn't extract it without annexing the entire world it had bonded with, which was usually impossible, and always prohibitively expensive and time-consuming. This tree, however, had just finished its transformation. It was sitting there like a perfectly ripe fruit, ready to be plucked by whoever was smart enough to recognize the opportunity. I could leave it alone and let it naturally integrate with the fallen realm, but that would be an incredible waste. This realm belonged to the sect, not to me, and its owner was long dead. A realm-stabilizing tree anchored to a dead cultivator's inner world would provide no benefits to anyone. It would just slowly decay along with the rest of Ancestor Tion's legacy. Besides, I was the one who'd defeated the shapeshifter. Well, sort of. To be honest, I hadn't needed to do much fighting. The creature had essentially defeated itself by trying to copy my cultivation method without understanding its complexities. But still, it had been my techniques that caused its transformation, and it had been wearing my face when it became a tree. I should probably take care of it. Google search novel-circled-bulletfire.net. Master, Azure said quietly, if you're going to absorb it, now would be the time. I can sense the tree beginning to establish preliminary root connections with this realm. Right? Might as well begin. I pressed both palms against the bark and extended my spiritual sense into the Genesis seed. The response was immediate and enthusiastic. My inner world's core practically vibrated with anticipation as it recognized the incredible prize before us. The absorption process was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Instead of the usual flow of chi or spiritual essence, this felt like I was drawing an entire living ecosystem into my soul. The tree began to glow with soft green light, its massive form gradually becoming translucent as it was pulled into my inner world through the connection in my palms. I closed my eyes and shifted my consciousness inward, watching as the realm-stabilizing tree materialized next to my garden quadrant. The moment its roots touched the World Tree origin soil, everything changed. The tree's presence sent ripples of stabilizing energy throughout my inner world, and I watched in awe as the very boundaries of my dimension began expanding. What had been a space roughly 3 kilometers in radius suddenly doubled in size, the horizon stretching outward as new territory formed in response to the tree's influence. The Genesis seed at the center of my world pulsed with renewed vigor, its root network spreading through the expanded space like veins of pure creation. The red and blue suns overhead seemed to burn brighter, their orbital patterns adjusting to accommodate the larger space while maintaining perfect harmony. In the garden quadrant, my carefully cultivated spiritual plants began responding to the tree's presence with visible growth spurts. The moonlight clover tripled in size, its leaves shimmering with enhanced chi absorption properties. The azure bellflower's energy conversion rates increased dramatically, while the shadow fern's stabilizing aura expanded to cover nearly the entire quadrant. But the most dramatic change was in the northwest mountain quadrant. The realm-stabilizing tree's influence caused new peaks to rise from the earth, creating a natural amphitheater around the tree's base. Underground water systems formed instantly, connecting to the primordial wellspring through channels that sparkled with concentrated spiritual energy. I could feel my cultivation base responding to the changes, spiritual essence flowing through my meridians with newfound efficiency. The tree wasn't just expanding my inner world, it was optimizing everything, creating perfect conditions for advanced cultivation. Then, without warning, a massive burst of chi erupted from my body. The energy wave swept outward like an explosion, sending every member of both teams staggering backward. The bone-white trees around us swayed violently, their branches creaking and snapping under the pressure. The ground beneath my feet cracked in perfectly circular patterns, spreading outward in expanding rings. Wei Lin raised his arms defensively, his 10th stage spiritual pressure flaring as he tried to shield Lin Mei from the worst of the energy wave. Even Wu Kongming took a step back, his usually impassive expression showing genuine surprise at the power radiating from my position. But what caught everyone's attention wasn't just the raw force of the chi release, it was the quality of the energy itself. This wasn't the refined but limited spiritual pressure of a chi condensation cultivator. But it wasn't quite the elemental mastery of a true elemental realm practitioner either. It was something in between. I had broken through to the pseudo-elemental realm. The silence that followed my breakthrough was deafening. Even the ambient death essence that had been pressing against us since we'd entered this realm seemed to pause, as if the fallen realm itself was taking stock of what had just happened. "Well," I said, brushing dust off my robes and turning to face the group, "I guess that happened." Wei Lin was the first to recover, his eyes bright with curiosity as he studied my new spiritual signature. "Pseudo-elemental realm," he said, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Here I was feeling proud about reaching the 10th stage, and you go and break through to an entirely different realm. "Hey, we're more or less in the same cultivation stage again," I replied with a grin. 10th stage chi condensation and pseudo-elemental realm are pretty close in terms of power levels. Though I have to admit, this feels— I paused, trying to find the right words. "More stable. Like my cultivation base finally has proper foundations instead of just being held together by luck and stubbornness." Lin Mei had approached the spot where the massive tree had been standing, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What happened to that tree?" she asked, looking around at the empty space. "It was just here, and now there's nothing but a crater." I glanced at the others. Wu Kongming was studying me with those pale, calculating eyes of his, while Luo Yichen looked somewhere between impressed and wary. Meng Haoren was just staring at the empty space where 60 feet of ancient wood had been standing, his mouth slightly open. There wasn't really any point in hiding the information. After all, the whole sect was viewing this tournament through their monitoring arrays. Every elder, every outer disciple, probably half the inner disciples too. They'd all seen what had just happened. And the elders would definitely recognize what that tree had been, which meant soon everybody else will too. "It was a realm-stabilizing tree," I explained, keeping my voice casual despite the magnitude of what I just revealed. They're incredibly valuable cultivation resources. And I guess they form when someone fails while attempting certain high-level cultivation methods. Wei Lin's eyebrows rose. "The World Tree Sutra," he said quietly, understanding immediately. I nodded. When someone attempts to cultivate it without the proper foundation or guidance, this is sometimes the result. They become an inferior product of what they were trying to cultivate instead of mastering it. "And you just absorbed an entire realm-stabilizing tree?" Luo Yichen asked, his voice carrying a mixture of awe and suspicion. "Something like that," I replied. Since the tree was now safely integrated into my inner world, it wasn't like anyone could forcefully take it away from me. The benefits were permanent, and honestly, explaining the basics wasn't going to give away any real tactical advantages. Wu Kongming didn't seem surprised by any of this, I noticed. His expression remained perfectly neutral, though I caught the slightest nod of understanding. His mysterious mentor had probably told him about realm-stabilizing trees. In all the protagonist stories I'd read back on Earth, The old grandpa spirits always seemed to have encyclopedic knowledge about rare cultivation resources. Wei Lin, on the other hand, looked lost in thought. I could practically see the gears turning in his head, probably wondering if he could create stalls in his spiritual marketplace for the red and blue sun energies he'd witnessed during my breakthrough. That thought made my stomach clench with worry. Azure, I thought quickly. Wei Lin's thinking about those energies, isn't he? Most likely, Azure replied, his voice tinged with concern. His marketplace method is designed to absorb and convert foreign energies. The red and blue sun power would be incredibly tempting to someone with his cultivation approach. I needed to have a serious conversation with Wei Lin about that, and soon. The only reason I hadn't been driven completely insane by exposure to the red and blue sun energies was because the Genesis seed filtered out their corrupting influences. If Wei Lin tried to absorb those energies directly through his marketplace, well, he'd either become a bloodthirsty monster like the skybound cultivators, or a zealous fanatic like the Lightweavers. Neither option was particularly appealing. I made a mental note to pull him aside for a private chat once we were back at the sect. For now, though, we had more immediate concerns. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. The others also looked curious about the energies they'd witnessed, but nobody asked direct questions. It was an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. You didn't pry into someone's cultivation methods or trump cards, just like how none of us were asking Wu Kongming about that seal he'd unlocked earlier for his burst of power, or questioning Luo Yichen how he survived almost certain death and inherited long-lost sword techniques. Even if anyone did ask, I wasn't nearly dumb enough to explain the secrets of my cultivation while standing in the middle of a sect tournament that was being watched by every important figure in the Azure Sky sect. As we stood there processing the recent events, I noticed something that made my blood chill. The crimson number floating in the perpetual twilight above us had changed again. 3 slots remaining. We need to move, I said urgently, pointing skyward. Other teams are advancing while we've been fighting that thing. The mood shifted instantly. The brief moment of camaraderie and shared wonder evaporated as everyone remembered what was at stake. We resumed our journey toward the exit Wei Lin had sensed. But now there was a tension in the air that hadn't been there before. 3 slots. 2 teams. The mathematics were getting uncomfortably tight. We traveled in formation through the bone-white forest, both teams maintaining a careful distance from each other. The alliance had been convenient when we were fighting realm creatures, but everyone could feel the tension building now that we were actually competing for the same limited spots. The landscape gradually shifted as we approached the exit. The oppressive death essence that had saturated the air throughout our time in the realm was noticeably lighter here, though it still made every breath feel like swallowing poison. The bone-white trees gave way to something that almost looked normal, if you ignored the way the bark pulsed with a faint, sickly rhythm. The death chi is definitely weaker, Wei Lin confirmed, pausing to extend his spiritual sense. We're close. We emerged from the tree lean into a small clearing where the sickly twilight actually seemed a few shades brighter. Through a gap between distant hills, I could see our destination, a shimmering distortion in the air that could only be the exit portal. And floating above it in the crimson light was now the number 2. Well, I said, studying the portal that stood maybe 100 yards away. This is awkward. That was a gross understatement. Both teams had stopped moving, positioning ourselves on opposite sides of the clearing with the portal roughly equidistant between us. Wu Kongming's hand drifted toward his sword hilt, the movement casual but unmistakable. Indeed, I had hoped we might all advance together. So had I replied honestly. Fighting each other seems like a waste when we worked so well as a team. But even as I said it, I knew the words were mostly meaningless. Both teams understood the reality of the situation. The rules were clear, Wu Kongming said, confirming my thoughts. The final team to reach the exit will face an elimination. Only 2 of the 3 members of that team can advance. Meng Haoran looked like he was about to be sick. But we've come this far together. The sect doesn't care about our feelings, Luo Yichen replied grimly, his hand moving to rest on his mirror water blade. This is a competition. not a friendship tournament. We all stood in tense silence, watching each other and occasionally glancing up at that ominous number 2 floating above the portal. We all knew that fighting each other here was risky. If we took too long, another team might leave from a different portal and claim one of the remaining slots while we were busy trying to kill each other. But neither team was willing to back down. I studied the opposing team's formation. Luo Yichen had lost some of his earlier confidence and arrogance. Seeing what had happened to the shapeshifter and witnessing my breakthrough to the pseudo-elemental realm had clearly made him more cautious. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at me. Even Wu Kongming seemed less certain than usual, which I didn't blame him for. The revelation of my red and blue sun abilities, combined with my new cultivation level, had definitely shifted the power balance. Meng Haoren was obviously the weak link at 7th stage Qi condensation, but Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen had positioned themselves to protect him. Wu Kongming in front, Meng Haoren in the middle, and Luo Yichen guarding the rear. Azure. I thought, tactical assessment? The formation is sound for protecting their weakest member, Azure replied. But it also creates an opportunity. If you can create a distraction or opening, Meng Haoren would be vulnerable to a single decisive strike. That was exactly what I'd been thinking. The problem was getting past Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen to reach him. But if I could see their formation's weakness, they could undoubtedly see ours. My eyes drifted to where Wei Lin stood protectively beside Lin Mei, his body angled slightly to shield her from potential attacks. They were probably thinking the same thing about Lin Mei. At 6th stage Qi condensation, she was our team's vulnerable point, just as Meng Haoren was theirs. Wu Kongming had already noted our positioning, and I could practically see him calculating distances and attack vectors. Luo Yichen's grip on his mirror water blade had tightened, and his gaze kept flicking toward Lin Mei with predatory interest. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. This was going to be a race. Who could eliminate the opposing team's weak link first? Meng Haoren or Lin Mei? Wu Kongming suddenly moved, his sword flashing in a wide arc. I tensed, thinking he was attacking, but instead I watched as the blade released a cutting wave that swept across the rocky ground around his team's position. Every piece of plant matter within a 20-foot radius of the portal disintegrated: grass, moss, even the small fungi growing on nearby rocks. Clever, I murmured, understanding his strategy immediately. He was trying to prevent me from using Verduring Step by eliminating all the vegetation I could use as anchor points. And now that he believed he had protected his team's position and cut off any chance of me getting to Meng Haoren, it meant in the next second he would strike. The problem was Wu Kongming had made one critical miscalculation. He'd assumed that Verduring Step was my only method of covering distance rapidly. But now that my abilities had been exposed to the entire sect anyway, there was no reason to hold back my other trump cards. I could finally fight at full strength. Wei Lin, focus on protecting Lin Mei, I said privately through spiritual sense, activating my Titan's Crest rune. I felt the familiar surge of physical enhancement flow through my body, my muscles growing denser and more powerful. I'll handle this. What are you planning? Lin Mei asked nervously, her hands already weaving the beginning patterns of a defensive water technique. Discover more novels at novelfire.net. Something they won't expect, I replied as I ran forward, channeling Red Sun energy into my Blink Step rune. Wu Kongming's eyes narrowed as he noticed the change in my aura, but he couldn't identify the source. Runes were essentially unknown in this world, giving me a significant advantage in terms of unpredictability. Meng Haoren was standing approximately 3 feet behind Wu Kongming, well within the 30-meter range of my Blink Step ability. The rune would allow me to appear directly beside him faster than even Wu Kongming should be able to react. This might get ugly, I whispered, then activated the rune. The world blurred around me as I disappeared in a flash of red light, reality bending as I traversed the distance in an instant. I rematerialized directly beside Meng Haoren, my palm already thrusting forward with a phantom strike enhanced by the Titan's Crest rune. The look of shock and terror on Meng Haoren's face would have been funny under different circumstances. He'd been watching Wu Kongming's position, expecting any attack to come from the front. Finding me suddenly beside him palm racing toward his chest with enough force to cave in his ribcage, left him completely defenseless. My strike was perfectly aimed and timed. In a fraction of a second, it would connect and eliminate their team's weakest member, thus eliminating their whole team. But Wukongming was even faster than I'd anticipated. His sword moved in an arc that defied physics, the blade somehow appearing between my palm and Meng Haoran's chest. The collision sent shockwaves through both our bodies, red sun energy and spiritual energy crackling where our attacks met. Impossible! I breathed, staggering back from the impact. Wukongming had been facing away from me, watching my team's position, yet somehow, he'd not only detected my high-speed movement but managed to intercept my attack with perfect precision. Spatial awareness, Wukongming said calmly, as if reading my thoughts. When you've faced enough surprise attacks, you learn to sense distortions in space itself. The old grandpa had clearly trained him well. Most cultivators wouldn't develop that level of environmental awareness until the stellar realm, if ever. But I wasn't about to give up that easily. I channeled Qi into my Vine Whip rune, feeling the familiar surge of wood element energy flow through my right hand. Thick, bark-covered vines erupted from the ground around Wukongming's feet, their movements serpentine and predatory as they sought to entangle him. Wukongming's blade moved in a fluid arc, severing the first wave of vines with surgical precision. But I wasn't trying to bind him with those. They were just a distraction. The real attack came from above. A massive vine, thick as my torso, dropped from the bone-white trees overhead like a striking python. It wrapped around Wukongming's sword with crushing force, the woody coils tightening as I poured more qi into the technique. Clever, Wukongming said, his voice carrying that same emotionless tone even as he struggled against the binding. But not enough. He was right, of course. The vine was already beginning to smoke where it touched his blade, some kind of cutting aura working to sever my technique from within. But I'd bought myself the seconds I needed. My other hand had been busy during our exchange. The explosive seed rune on my right index finger pulsed as I flicked the small projectile through the air. The seed arced over Wukongming's head in a perfect parabola, aimed directly at Meng Haoran's chest. Meng's eyes went wide with terror as he spotted the incoming impossibly fast projectile, but his cultivation level was too low to react in time. A direct hit from one of my explosive seeds would definitely eliminate him, and with him their entire team. Big brother, Luo Yichen called out in panic. But Wukongming was still tangled in my vine, his movements restricted despite his attempts to cut free. For a heartbeat it looked like my gambit had worked. Then Luo Yichen moved. His mirror water blade flashed through the air faster than my eyes could follow, the reflection-based technique allowing him to intercept the seed at an impossible angle. But instead of destroying it, something strange happened. The explosive seed made contact with his blade and simply disappeared. For a moment, I thought he'd somehow destroyed it completely. Then I saw the surface of his sword beginning to glow with the same qi signature as my explosive technique. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," I muttered. The mirror water blade lived up to its name, the surface rippling like disturbed water before expelling my own explosive seed back at me with twice the velocity I'd originally thrown it. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. I activated Blink Step without thinking. Red sun energy coursing through the rune on my left thigh as I disappeared in a flash of crimson light. The world blurred around me as I traversed 30 meters in an instant, rematerializing just as my own explosive seed detonated where I'd been standing. The blast carved a crater in the rocky ground, sending up a shower of debris and superheated air that made my ears ring even from this distance. "That was uncomfortably close," I said, brushing dust off my robes. "Master," Azure's voice whispered urgently in my mind. "Incoming attack from your 6 o'clock." I spun around just in time to see Wukongming's blade descending toward my neck in a perfect vertical slash. He'd freed himself from my vine and covered the distance between us faster than should have been possible, his sword trailing streamers of silver qi that seemed to cut through space itself. There was no time to dodge. The Aegis Mark rune in my inner world flared to life, red energy erupting around me in a hexagonal barrier pattern. The defensive formation absorbed most of the impact, Wukongming's blade skittering across the surface with a sound like grinding metal. But not all of it. A thin line of pain opened across my throat, warm blood trickling down my neck where the edge of his attack had found its mark despite my protection. Damn! I breathed, pressing my fingers to the wound. It was shallow, barely more than a scratch, but the fact that any part of his attack had penetrated the Aegis mark was concerning. Wukongming stepped back, studying me with those pale, calculating eyes. Interesting defensive technique, he said conversationally, as if he hadn't just tried to decapitate me. Some kind of barrier formation? I didn't answer. There was no point in giving him more information about my capabilities than he'd already observed. I frowned as I studied Wukongming's perfectly composed stance. He was already settling back into a ready position, his sword held at the precise angle for optimal defense and counterattack. Every movement was economical, efficient, displaying the kind of muscle memory that came from years of dedicated practice. The truth was, I couldn't underestimate Wukongming. Not after watching him casually eliminate that massive stone golem with a single strike. And that had been his base state, before he'd unlocked whatever mysterious seal was suppressing his true power. But here was the thing, I wasn't trying to defeat Wukongming right now. I wasn't that delusional. A proper battle against Wukongming would require everything I had. Both suns, every rune, probably even some luck. That kind of all-out fight would take time we didn't have, and by the end of it, the final remaining slots would be taken while we were busy trying to kill each other. Both our teams would be eliminated while we were proving who had the bigger sword techniques. No, all I needed to do was distract Wukongming for a few crucial seconds. Get past his guard, eliminate Meng Haoran, and secure our advancement. Simple, direct, effective. I activated the Hawk's Eye rune, feeling the familiar sensation of enhanced perception flow through my consciousness. Wukongming's micro-expressions became crystal clear. The slight tension in his jaw, the way his pupils tracked my movements, the barely perceptible shift in his stance that indicated he was preparing for another sword technique. More importantly, I could see the pattern of his breathing, the rhythm of his chi circulation, even the tiny tells that preceded his attacks. The rune let me read his intentions like an open book, predicting his next move before he'd fully committed to it. "Let's see how you handle this," I muttered, activating Blink Step once again. Red sun energy flared through the rune inscribed on my thigh, and I disappeared in a flash of crimson light. I rematerialized directly in front of Wukongming, close enough to see my reflection in his pale eyes, my palm already thrusting forward with a phantom strike enhanced by both the Titan's Crest and Shockwave runes. The combination was devastating. The Titan's Crest flooded my body with enhanced physical essence, making my muscles dense and powerful as steel cables. The Shockwave rune added concentrated force manipulation to the attack, turning my palm strike into something that could punch through mountain stone. Wukongming's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the threat, his sword moving in a desperate counterstrike aimed at intercepting my attack. But the Hawk's Eye rune let me read his movement before he'd even started it. I twisted aside, letting his blade slide past my shoulder by mere inches, and stepped inside his guard. At this range, his sword was useless, too long to bring to bear effectively in close quarters. My enhanced palm strike connected with Wukongming's chest, and the combined force of two activated runes sent him flying backward like he'd been hit by a catapult. His body carved a straight line through the air before slamming into one of the bone-white trees with enough force to crack the trunk. Bark and splinters exploded outward as he hit, and I heard him grunt in pain as he slumped against the damaged tree. I didn't waste a moment savoring the successful strike. The instant Wukongming was out of the picture, I activated Blink Step again, reappearing directly in front of Meng Haoran with my palm already charged for another phantom strike. But Luo Yichen was ready for me. The younger cultivator's mirror water blade intercepted my attack path, its reflective surface gleaming with stored energy. I could see my own reflection in the weapon. Multiple copies of myself, each one slightly different, creating a disorienting kaleidoscope effect. "Sorry," Luo Yichen said grimly, "but I'm not letting you hurt Meng Haoran." For a split second, It looked like I was going to strike directly into the blade and have my own attack reflected back at me with enhanced force. That would be a disaster. Getting hit by my own Phantom Strike enhanced by the Mirror Water Blade's amplification effect would probably eliminate me. But I had other options. Just as my palm was about to connect with the reflective surface, I activated Blink Step for the third time in rapid succession. The red sun energy reserves in my inner world dipped noticeably as I pushed the rune beyond its normal usage limits, but the technique responded perfectly. I disappeared in another flash of crimson light, completely bypassing Luoyichen's defensive position and reappearing directly behind Meng Haoran. The seventh stage cultivator's back was exposed, vulnerable, just a hand's breadth away from my enhanced palm strike. "No!" Luoyichen screamed, trying to spin around fast enough to intercept me again. But he was too late. My palm was already racing toward Meng Haoran's spine, powered by the Titan's crest and guided by perfect targeting. In less than a heartbeat, the strike would connect and eliminate their entire team. It was right at that moment when something slammed into me from the side with the force of a runaway boulder. The impact sent me tumbling through the air, my enhanced reflexes barely allowing me to control the fall. Fortunately, the Aegis Mark activated again, its hexagonal barrier patterns absorbing most of the kinetic energy before it could pulverize my ribs. I managed to land in what some might call a hero pose. One knee down, one hand braced against the ground, head raised to assess the threat. It looked dramatic and composed, though honestly, I was just trying not to faceplant into the rocky terrain. When I looked up, my eyes widened at what I saw. Wukongming stood protectively in front of Meng Haoran, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, where my earlier strike had obviously caused internal damage. His white outer disciple robes were torn and dirty from his collision with the tree, and his usually perfect hair was disheveled. But what concerned me wasn't his physical condition. It was the aura radiating from his body. Pseudo-elemental realm. The spiritual pressure rolling off Wukongming was qualitatively different from what I'd sensed earlier. Previously, when he'd unlocked that mysterious seal, his power had increased significantly but remained within the bounds of the Qi condensation realm. This was something else entirely. This was genuine pseudo-elemental realm cultivation, the same level I'd recently achieved myself. Whatever he'd done to save Meng Haoran, it had pushed his power to an entirely new stage. Azure, I thought grimly. This just got a lot more complicated. Indeed, Azure replied, his voice tight with concern. His spiritual signature is now comparable to yours. And given his superior combat techniques, I frowned, running quick calculations in my head. Things had definitely gone from bad to worse. Now that we were both at the same cultivation stage, and Wukongming had observed several of my runes in action, this battle would become exponentially more difficult. I wasn't sure I could get past a full-power Wukongming to reach Meng Haoran anymore, and who even knew if this was final form Wukongming. His mysterious mentor had probably loaded him up with enough secret techniques to make a civilization realm cultivator jealous. My eyes narrowed as I studied the standoff. Time was running out. Every second we spent in this confrontation was another second closer to both teams being eliminated. Other cultivators were probably reaching exits right now, claiming the final advancement slots while we were busy trying to murder each other. It was time to use the overclock rune and end this quickly, regardless of the consequences. I was just reaching for the energy required to activate my most dangerous enhancement when Lin Mei's voice cut through the tension like a knife. "Stop fighting!" Both Wukongming and I froze, our gazes locked on each other, but our peripheral vision shifting toward the sound. Lin Mei stood between Wei Lin and the edge of the clearing, her hands raised in a placating gesture. "This isn't working," she continued, her voice carrying across the battlefield with surprising authority. "Our teams are too evenly matched. If we continue like this, both groups will be eliminated while we're busy trying to kill each other." She took a step forward, and I could see the determination in her eyes despite the fear that had to be coursing through her veins. At 6th stage Qi condensation, she was the most vulnerable person in this clearing, surrounded by cultivators who could eliminate her with a casual gesture. "I'm only a 6th stage cultivator," Lin Mei said, her voice steady despite the circumstances. Even if I made it through to the individual battles, it wouldn't matter. I'd be eliminated in my first match against any of the Inner Sect disciples. Lin Mei, that's not necessarily true, Wei Lin protested, taking a step toward her. Your water techniques are incredibly refined, and your formation knowledge. Wei Lin, stop, she interrupted gently, holding up a hand. We both know what my chances would be in single combat against cultivators 2 or 3 stages above me. She looked around the clearing, taking in the destruction we'd caused in just a few minutes of fighting. Craters marked where my explosive seeds had detonated. The bone-white tree Wukongming had crashed into was split nearly in half, and the rocky ground was carved with furrows from our various techniques. I'm grateful I could make it this far, Lin Mei continued, a small smile crossing her face. Honestly, I didn't have high expectations when we entered this tournament. Making it through the first stage is already more than I hoped for. She turned toward Wukongming's team, bowing formally. Wukongming, Luo Yichen, Meng Haoran, your team should enter the portal first. Wei Lin and Ku Yin, you should follow them in. A part of me wanted to argue, to protest that we weren't giving up on her, that there had to be another way. But as I looked at the situation objectively, I realized she was absolutely right. Her logic was flawless. Any second now, both remaining slots could be taken while we were busy trying to eliminate each other. And while death wasn't permanent in the Fallen Realm thanks to the Mark of Return, we had no guarantee that the same protection would apply to the individual battles back at the sect. With her cultivation level, surviving even the first round of one-on-one combat would be nearly impossible. She'd be alone facing 7th stage cultivators, 8th stage cultivators. And these weren't just regular disciples, they were outer disciples who have been training for years longer than any one of us. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. It would be safer for her to pull out now. I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the decision settle on my shoulders. Okay, I said quietly, my voice rougher than I'd intended. Lin Mei. Thank you. I know this isn't easy. It's the right choice, Lin Mei replied, though I could see her hands trembling slightly. We all know it is. Wei Lin's face was a mask of conflicting emotions, pride in her selfless decision warring with obvious reluctance to leave her behind. His jaw worked silently for several moments before he finally spoke. Lin Mei, I can't just. We've been through so much together. The 3 of us as a team. His voice cracked slightly. This feels like abandoning you. You're not abandoning me, she said firmly, stepping closer to him. You're honoring my choice. There's a difference. She reached out and took his hand, squeezing it gently. We thank you as well, Wukongming said, his enhanced aura already beginning to fade as he released whatever technique he'd used to reach the pseudo-elemental realm. His voice carried a note of genuine respect that I'd never heard from him before. Luo Yichen stepped forward, bowing formally to Lin Mei. I misjudged you earlier. I thought you were just the weak link in a strong team. But what you're doing now, it takes real strength. Meng Haoran was practically weeping with relief, though I suspected it had less to do with gratitude and more to do with the fact that he wouldn't be getting attacked for the next 30 seconds. Still, he managed to speak through his tears. I'll never forget this. If there's ever anything I can do to repay this debt, just make it count, Lin Mei said simply. All of you, don't waste the opportunity. Wukongming looked back at me, and for the first time since I'd known him, his lips curved into what looked like a genuine smile. I'm looking forward to finishing this battle later, he said. In proper conditions, without distractions or time pressure. You fight differently than I expected. Likewise, I returned his smile with one of my own, though mine felt bittersweet given the circumstances. It should be interesting. Try not to lose before then, Wukongming added with what might have been a hint of dry humor. I'd hate for the finals to be anticlimactic. Same to you, I replied. Though given what I just saw, I'm not sure who should be more worried. With a final nod to our team, Wukongming gathered his teammates, all 3 of them joining hands to satisfy the portal's entry requirements. As they approached the shimmering distortion in the air, Luo Yichen called back over his shoulder. We'll see you two in the arena. I watched as they stepped through the portal together, their forms dissolving into light. The moment they disappeared completely, the crimson number floating overhead shifted from 2 to 1. One slot remaining. Wei Lin moved to stand beside me, placing his hand on my shoulder in preparation for our own transit. We both turned toward Lin Mei, who stood at the edge of the clearing with tears in her eyes but her chin held high. Take care of yourself, I called out to her. And don't let anyone tell you that you're not strong enough. What you just did took more courage than any technique I know. Ku-in, I want to see you fight Wukongming properly, she replied, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. And Wei Lin? She added, fixing her boyfriend with a stern look that was undermined by her tear-streaked face. Don't you dare do anything stupid in the individual matches just to avenge my elimination. I'll never forgive you if you get yourself killed over a simple tournament. I won't, but I will win, he promised quietly. For both of us. And when this is all over, we're going to celebrate together. All three of us. Fresh chapters posted on novelcircledbulletfire.net. She nodded, satisfied. Good. Now go, before some other team claims that last slot while we're all standing here crying. Wei Lin squeezed my shoulder, and together we approached the portal. The shimmering distortion grew larger as we neared it, reality warping around the edges in ways that would make a mortal's eyes water. I took one last look back at Lin Mei, memorizing her brave smile, then stepped forward into the portal with Wei Lin beside me. The world dissolved into white light, and I felt the familiar sensation of dimensional transition wash over me. We made it, I whispered as the light began to fade, though the words felt hollow without the third member of our team beside us. The Tao of Envy's transformation began to go wrong. Chun Yong leaned forward, studying the viewing screen intently as the shapeshifter's perfectly mimicked features of Ku-in started to change. The smooth skin was darkening, taking on a bark-like texture. Tiny green buds were sprouting along its arms. By the heavens, Elder One breathed. It's undergoing world tree deviation. Chun Yong felt his heart skip a beat. He'd seen cultivation deviations before, of course. They were an unfortunate reality of the cultivation world. But world tree deviations were something else entirely. They were rare, horrifying, and almost always fatal. The creature on the screen was screaming now, a sound that was part human agony and part splintering wood. Its body was elongating, limbs stretching and hardening as bark spread across its form like an infection. The facial features were becoming less human and more plant-like with each passing second. Then it exploded. The burst of energy that erupted from the transforming shapeshifter lit up the entire landscape of the fallen realm. Chun Yong had to squint against the brilliant display of red and blue light. When the light faded, where the creature had been standing, a massive tree now dominated the landscape. Even through the viewing arrays, Chun Yong could sense the incredible spiritual pressure radiating from it. By the Tao, Elder Meng breathed, leaning so far forward in his chair that Chun Yong half expected him to fall out of it. Is that what I think it is? Realm-stabilizing tree, Elder Wan confirmed, his voice carrying the kind of reverence usually reserved for discussing artifacts from the immortal realm. I haven't seen one form in over 3 centuries. Chun Yong took another drink, his mind racing through the implications. Realm-stabilizing trees weren't exactly common knowledge among the lower-level disciples, but every elder worth his cultivation base knew their value. These ancient constructs were the foundation upon which life realm cultivators built their path to the civilization realm. They were treasures beyond price, resources that could change the entire trajectory of a sect's power structure. Chun Yong had been around long enough to know that most of the major sects maintained incomplete fragments of the World Tree Sutra in their archives, usually tucked away in the outer disciple sections where ambitious young cultivators could discover them. It was an open secret among the elder councils, though never discussed officially. The Azure Peak sect wasn't unique in this practice. The Heavenly Jade sect had their Garden of Eternal Growth manual, while the Holy Light sect called theirs the Divine Tree Cultivation Method. All names for the same cultivation method, all incomplete, all serving the same ultimate purpose. The strategy was both cold and practical. Young disciples with exceptional arrogance and natural talent would inevitably gravitate toward these beyond heaven rank fragments, convinced they could succeed where others had failed. Most would simply stagnate at low levels, unable to make meaningful progress. But occasionally, perhaps once every few centuries, a disciple would advance far enough along the path that failure would trigger the transformation. Chen Yong had always found the practice distasteful, but he understood the mathematics involved. Realm-stabilizing trees were worth more than entire cities, and the alternative, purchasing them from other sects or cultivation families, would bankrupt even the wealthiest organizations. This way, the cost was merely the occasional promising disciple who'd been too ambitious for their own good. What made today's situation unusual was the formation of the tree itself. The Tao of Envy had clearly overestimated its copying ability and lost itself to the dangers of the World Tree Sutra. "The sutra strikes again," Elder Zhao muttered. But there was no mockery in his voice, only hunger, the kind of hungry look that Chen Yong recognized from his own days as a young cultivator, when every resource seemed like it might be the key to the next breakthrough. Elder Feng was already pulling out a jade slip, probably calculating the tree's market value. "Do you realize how many spirit stones something like that would be worth? The Heavenly Jade sect would empty their treasury for a specimen of that quality." "Market value?" Elder Lu scoffed. "You'd sell a realm-stabilizing tree? That's like selling your own cultivation future. Trees like that are what separate the great sects from the merely successful ones. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road." Chen Yong watched the growing excitement in the observation chamber with increasing unease. He'd seen this kind of fervor before, during the aftermath of successful inner-world invasion or when ancient ruins yielded unexpected bounties. It was the look of cultivators who'd spotted an opportunity and were already plotting how to claim it. The problem was that tree had just formed from a creature that his disciple had been fighting. By any reasonable interpretation of cultivation law, it should belong to Ku Yin. But reasonableness had a tendency to evaporate when resources of this magnitude were involved. "We need to discuss allocation protocols," Elder Meng said, his tone not quite masking the greed underneath. "A resource of this significance requires careful consideration of how it can best serve the sect's interests." "Allocation protocols?" Elder Wan's eyebrows rose. "That's a polite way of saying we should steal it from the boy who earned it." "Earned it?" Elder Zhao stood up, his peak life realm spiritual pressure flaring slightly. "The child stumbled into a failed cultivation transformation. This isn't about earning anything. It's about ensuring that such a precious resource isn't wasted on someone who can't properly utilize it." Chen Yong felt his stomach clench. Here it comes, he thought. The rationalization phase, where stealing from a junior gets dressed up in the language of sect welfare and resource optimization. "Elder Zhao raises a valid point," Elder Feng said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "The boy is only at the Qi condensation realm. What use could he possibly have for a realm-stabilizing tree? It would be like giving a mortal a civilization realm technique, wasted potential." Besides, Elder Lu added, "Realm-stabilizing trees are most effective when used by cultivators at the life realm seeking breakthrough to civilization realm. Several of us are approaching that crucial juncture. The tree could serve the sect far better in our hands than sitting unused in some Qi condensation disciple's storage ring." Chen Yong watched Elder Zhao's face as the arguments mounted. The man was at the peak of life realm, had been for nearly 3 centuries. Chen Yong knew from their private conversations that Zhao had been struggling with his bottleneck, unable to make the final push toward civilization realm advancement. A realm-stabilizing tree would be exactly what he needed to overcome that barrier. "I volunteer to retrieve the resource," Elder Zhao announced, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who'd already made up his mind. "I can be in and out of the fallen realm within seconds. The boy won't even know what happened until the tree is safely in my inner world." Chen Yong opened his mouth to object, but Elder Wan beat him to it. "That sets a dangerous precedent," Wan said firmly. "If we start taking treasures that disciples earn during sect trials, what message does that send? How can we expect loyalty and dedication if we prove that their achievements can be confiscated at our whim?" "This isn't confiscation," Elder Zhao replied, already moving toward the chamber's exit. This is resource optimization. The boy will be compensated appropriately. A few thousand spirit stones, perhaps some technique manuals suitable to his level. He'll profit from this arrangement far more than if we let him keep something he can't use for decades. This chapter is updated by NovelFire.net. Elder Feng nodded approvingly. A sensible approach. The boy gets immediate benefits he can actually use, and the sect gains a resource that can be properly utilized. Everyone wins. Chun Yong stood up, his own spiritual pressure beginning to flare. Everyone except the disciple who actually earned the treasure through his own efforts and cultivation insights. Chun Yong. Elder Zhao paused at the chamber door, his expression patient but firm. I understand your attachment to the boy. He's your student after all. But personal sentiment can't override practical considerations. The greater good of the sect must take precedence. The greater good, Chun Yong repeated, tasting the words like bitter wine. How conveniently that phrase appears whenever seniors want to take something from juniors. Elder Zhao's eyes hardened. Are you questioning the wisdom of the Elder Council? I'm questioning the ethics, Chun Yong shot back. But by all means, Elder Zhao, explain to me how stealing from our own disciples serves the sect's greater good. The tension in the chamber was becoming palpable, spiritual pressures clashing as philosophical differences became personal conflicts. Chun Yong could see other elders choosing sides, alliances forming based on their own interests and moral positions. Elder Zhao took another step toward the door. I'm ending this discussion. The resource will be retrieved and allocated according to. He froze mid-sentence. Not the kind of pause that comes from reconsidering one's words, but the absolute, total stillness that only occurs when an overwhelmingly superior force makes movement impossible. Chun Yong felt it too, a pressure that descended on the chamber like the weight of mountains, like the attention of something vast and ancient turning its gaze upon them. Chains erupted from the stone floor beneath Elder Zhao's feet. Not metaphorical chains, not some symbolic binding of his spiritual energy. Actual chains, forged from what looked like crystallized starlight, wrapped around Elder Zhao's ankles and wrists with the sound of reality itself rearranging. Elder Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as his Tao of lightning flared to life. You dare! Brilliant blue-white electricity coursed through his body, crackling and hissing as it met the starlight chains. For a moment, the chamber was filled with the deafening roar of thunder as lightning chi clashed against whatever mysterious force bound him. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, and the smell of ozone filled the air. But the lightning that should have shattered stone and melted metal simply fizzled. The chains absorbed the electrical assault without so much as a flicker, their starlight glow remaining perfectly steady. Elder Zhao poured more power into his struggle, his spiritual pressure rising until the very air around him began to ionize. But the chains tightened with each pulse of his chi. Within seconds, his lightning sputtered and died, leaving him gasping and bound as thoroughly as if he'd never cultivated a day in his life. The Life Realm cultivator, who had been radiating confident authority just moments before, was suddenly as helpless as a mortal child, and far more terrified. Elder Zhao's first instinct was to look around the chamber, searching for whichever elder had dared to ambush him in such a disgraceful manner. His gaze swept across his colleagues' faces, expecting to find guilt or defiance, ready to righteously challenge whoever had. Then his eyes fell on Sect Master Yuan, whose attention remained fixed on the viewing screens, his posture relaxed and contemplative. Only the subtle shift in the air around him indicated that he was the source of the overwhelming pressure that had frozen Elder Zhao in place. The sight caused the blood to drain from his face. Not another elder. Not some peer he could argue with or threaten or negotiate with. The sect master himself had bound him, had effortlessly crushed his lightning chi like it was nothing more than a child's tantrum. Elder Zhao felt his knees go weak against the chains. He'd made a mistake. A terrible, catastrophic mistake that could cost him everything he'd spent centuries building. The silence stretched for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. When Sect Master Yuan finally spoke, his voice carried the quiet authority of someone who had never needed to raise his voice to be obeyed. Elder Zhao. The sect master's tone was conversational, almost pleasant. Were you planning to steal spoils from a junior? Elder Zhao's eyes widened until Chun Yong thought they might actually fall out of his skull. Sect master. I wasn't. The resource allocation protocols clearly state. Elder Zhao. The repetition of his name cut through the stammering explanation like a blade through silk. Answer the question. I was retrieving a sect resource for optimal utilization. Zhao managed, sweat beading on his forehead, despite the chamber's comfortable temperature. The greater good of optimal utilization. Sect Master Yuan slowly turned his head, and Chun Yong felt a chill run down his spine as those ancient eyes fixed on Elder Zhao. Tell me, Elder Zhao, whose cultivation method triggered this transformation? Whose spiritual foundation proved so unique that a shape-shifting creature could not replicate it without destroying itself? Whose Tao comprehension was so refined that it turned an enemy's mimicry into our sect's gain? Each question landed like a physical blow, and Chun Yong watched Elder Zhao shrink back against his bindings. The disciple, Zhao whispered. Indeed. Sect Master Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the bound elder. This is not a failed cultivator who transformed randomly and left an ownerless resource. This is the spoils of a junior's victory, earned through his own efforts and paid for with his own blood. Chun Yong found himself holding his breath. In all his years at the sect, he'd never seen Sect Master Yuan intervene so directly in elder affairs. The man was legendary for his hands-off approach, allowing the council to manage day-to-day operations while he focused on whatever mysterious pursuits occupied civilization realm cultivators. But Sect Master, Elder Feng said carefully, surely the sect's interests. The sect's interests, Sect Master Yuan interrupted, still not turning away from Elder Zhao, are best served by maintaining the principles upon which we were founded: honor, merit, and the protection of those who serve us faithfully. When we abandon those principles for short-term resource gains, we cease to be a sect and become merely a group of bandits with better robes. The chains around Elder Zhao tightened, and Chun Yong heard the man gasp in pain. The tree belongs to the disciple who earned it, Sect Master Yuan continued. Any elder who attempts to interfere with his rightful spoils will find themselves explaining their actions to me personally. And I can assure you, that conversation will be far less pleasant than this one. With that, the sect master returned his attention to the viewing screens, apparently dismissing the entire incident as beneath his further notice. The chains around Elder Zhao dragged him back to his seat with enough force to rattle his teeth, then reformed into shackles that kept him firmly in place. Chun Yong slowly settled back into his own chair, his heart still racing from the encounter. Around him, the other elders sat in stunned silence, processing what they'd just witnessed. The excitement and avarice that had filled the chamber just minutes before had evaporated, replaced by a careful wariness that spoke to their newfound understanding of where the sect master's boundaries lay. On the viewing screens, they watched as Ku'in pressed his palms against the tree's bark and began the absorption process. Chun Yong found himself holding his breath again as his disciple's spiritual signature flared, the tree's massive form gradually becoming translucent as it was drawn into the boy's inner world. The breakthrough that followed was spectacular. Chun Yong had witnessed many cultivators advance from chi condensation to pseudo-elemental realm over the years, but this was different. The energy wave that erupted from Ku Yin's body carried undertones that made Chun Yong's life realm cultivation base resonate in harmony. It was the kind of pure, stabilized power that came from having perfect foundations, from building each stage with meticulous care rather than rushing toward advancement. Pseudo-elemental realm, Elder Meng whispered, his voice carrying a mixture of admiration and envy. At his age, with that level of stability, the boy might actually make it to civilization realm someday. Chun Yong nodded, though his attention was divided between pride in his disciple's achievement and concern about what that achievement might attract. Promising young cultivators had a tendency to draw attention from all quarters, and not all of that attention was benign. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. The battle that followed between Ku'in and Wu Kongming only reinforced that concern. Chun Yong watched in fascination as his disciple demonstrated techniques and abilities that seemed to transcend normal cultivation boundaries. The high-speed movement that seemed almost like teleportation, the explosive techniques, the variety of enhancement techniques, it was clear that Kuyin had access to knowledge and methods that weren't part of any standard curriculum. Where did he learn those techniques? Elder Lu asked quietly. That pseudo-teleportation method doesn't match anything in our archives. The explosive constructs are particularly interesting, Elder Feng added. I've never seen anything quite like them. The use of the red energy patterns are completely novel. Chen Yong said nothing, but he could feel the growing attention focused on his disciple. Other elders were taking notes, analyzing Kuyin's techniques and energies with the kind of interest that usually preceded offers of personal instruction. The battle continued to escalate and was impressive enough to hold everyone's attention, but Chun Yong found himself thinking ahead to the tournament structure. There would be several days between the end of the group stage and the beginning of the individual elimination rounds. During that break, it was traditional for elders who had taken an interest in promising disciples to offer private guidance sessions. These mentoring periods were one of the most valuable aspects of the tournament for ambitious young cultivators. A few words of advice from a life realm expert could save decades of trial and error. Insights into advanced techniques, recommendations for cultivation resources, even simple corrections to fundamental errors. All of these could dramatically accelerate a disciple's development. Chun Yong had participated in such sessions himself over the centuries, though he typically focused on disciples with potential information work rather than combat specialists. It was one of the ways the sect invested in its future, ensuring that talented individuals received the guidance they needed to eventually become elders themselves. Looking around the observation chamber, he could already see several elders making mental notes about which disciples they intended to approach. Elder Lu was obviously interested in Wei Lin's marketplace cultivation method. Elder Meng had been asking pointed questions about Wu Kongming's sword techniques. Even Elder Wan seemed intrigued by the three prodigies. And Kuyin, well, after today's display, his unofficial disciple would undoubtedly receive multiple offers of additional guidance from various quarters. The boy will be popular during the break, Elder Meng observed, voicing Chen Yong's thoughts. Techniques like that don't develop in isolation. Someone taught him those methods, and if we can identify the source, we might gain access to similar knowledge, Elder Feng finished. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. A few strategic conversations during the break period could prove quite illuminating. Chun Yong felt his stomach tighten. Here it comes again, he thought. The same mentality that had nearly led to the theft of Kuyin's tree, now focused on extracting his secrets through strategic conversations and political pressure. Just as he was formulating his own response, Sect Master Yuan spoke again. No one is to approach Kuyin or Wu Kongming during the break period. The statement hung in the air like a physical presence, clear and undeniable. Chun Yong watched as the elder's expressions shifted from interest to confusion to carefully controlled disappointment. Sect Master, Elder Meng said cautiously, surely some guidance would be beneficial for such promising disciples? A few words of encouragement, perhaps some insights into advanced techniques. The source of this content is novifire.net. No one, Sect Master Yuan repeated, his tone carrying the finality of carved stone, is to approach either disciple. They are to have a complete and undisturbed 3 days of rest and preparation. No one dared to argue. Chun Yong and the other elders continued watching in tense silence, the weight of the sect master's spiritual pressure still pressing against their consciousness like a reminder of their place in the hierarchy. Fear wasn't too strong a word for what they were feeling, respectful terror, perhaps, but terror nonetheless. The problem was that none of them truly knew what Tao sect master Yuan cultivated. In the cultivation world, there were two competing philosophies about the relationship between Tao and personality. The traditional view held that a person's chosen Tao path fundamentally shaped their personality, their worldview, their very essence over time. A cultivator who pursued the Tao of fire would naturally develop passionate, impulsive tendencies, their emotions burning bright and quick. Someone following the Tao of earth became steadfast and patient, sometimes to the point of stubborn inflexibility. Those who walked the Tao of death often grew detached from mortal concerns, viewing life and death as mere transitions rather than meaningful states. But there was another school of thought, gaining popularity among younger scholars, that argued the reverse. They claimed that cultivators instinctively gravitated toward Tao paths that already matched their innate personalities. In this view, the hot-tempered naturally chose fire, the patient chose earth, and the detached chose death. The Tao didn't change them, it simply amplified and refined what they already were. Chun Yong had never been entirely sure which philosophy was correct, though he suspected the truth lay somewhere between the two extremes. Perhaps personality and Tao influenced each other in an endless cycle, each reinforcing the other until they became indistinguishable. Regardless of the underlying mechanism, the relationship between a cultivator and their Tao allowed cultivators to often predict the behavior of others with startling accuracy. Knowing that Elder Zhao followed the Tao of lightning meant understanding his impatience with gradual solutions, his tendency to strike decisively when opportunities appeared, and his preference for overwhelming force over careful negotiation. It was through following said Tao that led him into the precarious situation he now found himself in. Elder Meng's Tao of Wind explained his mercurial moods and his preference for indirect approaches to conflict. Chun Yong's own drunken master Tao made him more laid back, more inclined to go with the flow of events rather than fighting against them. His preference for appearing as a harmless old man, his tendency to avoid direct confrontation, these weren't just tactical choices, they were expressions of how his Tao had molded his character. But Sect Master Yuan? He'd been leading the Azure Peak sect for thousands of years, and in all that time he'd never revealed his Tao path. He rarely fought, rarely demonstrated techniques, rarely even spoke at length about cultivation philosophy. When he did act, it was with such swift decisiveness that observers had no time to analyze the underlying principles guiding his choices. Chun Yong had entered the sect as a young outer disciple nearly 1,000 years ago, full of ambition and desperate to prove himself worthy of inner sect promotion. Even then, Sect Master Yuan had been an enigma, ageless, powerful, and utterly unknowable, which is why Chun Yong couldn't begin to predict how the man would handle the Ku-in situation. Was his protection of the boy genuine, born from principles of justice and merit? Or was it simply a more sophisticated form of resource acquisition, clearing away competing interests so that he could claim the boy's potential for himself? The righteous words about honor and merit sounded convincing, but Chun Yong had lived long enough to know that civilization realm cultivators operated on timescales and with motivations that often transcended simple morality. What appeared to be principled protection could just as easily be strategic positioning for some scheme that wouldn't bear fruit for decades or centuries. Chun Yong took another drink of wine and settled back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the viewing screens where his disciple was now entering the portal. Whatever Sect Master Yuan's true intentions, one thing was certain. Ku-in had just become a person of interest to one of the most powerful and mysterious figures in the Eastern continent. Whether that would prove to be a blessing or a curse remained to be seen.